all. And man, oh man, do we have so much to cover today. This is so exciting. Oh my goodness. The Democrats are in such a bad state right now. President Trump has just totally destroyed the Democrats. There's nothing left for the Democrats at all. And all of the top Democrats yesterday had major meltdowns, of which I'm going to go through all of them one by one on the program today. It's pretty brutal. I mean, this is as bad as it gets, what happened with the Democrats yesterday. So I'm going to cover all of that, and there's a lot more to cover too. Okay, hold on a second here. Yeah, we'll start the show and be taking calls and everything else. This is just a great day. There's no getting around it. It's just a great day. I'm going to start the main stream in a minute. Now, I remind you guys, when you're watching me with the green screen behind me, if you want to see and hear all of the audio and the videos that I play and all the images that I share, you have to go to my main video, my main live stream, which I'm linking in the description right now. And there you will see and hear all the audio and video. I'm going to start it up in just a minute. Okay. Yep, I just put the link to the main stream in the description of the video. So there, I'm going to start that stream in just a minute. And there you will get all of the audio and video that I share. Today's going to be a hot show. This is just going to be an amazing show today. Because there's so much happening. There's nothing better than watching these Democrats implode. There really isn't. I mean, no one deserves it more than they do. They're terrible people, the Democrats. All right. Yeah, my name's Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. So like I said, go to my main live stream, which I'm going to start in just a moment. And that is where you'll catch all of the audio and video, all right? All right. Sorry, guys. I had to clear my throat. Here we go. Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig, and this is where MAGA comes to talk. And we've had so much to cover on today's program. Holy smokes. This is really an amazing day. Trump is winning on all fronts. He practically brought down Putin in Russia yesterday. I'm going to get into that in a little bit. But there have been multiple meltdowns from the Democrats in less than the last 24 hours. And I'm going to cover some of that, and we're going to talk about it. A lot has happened, and it's all good if you love America and love Trump. If you're a Democrat and you hate America, well, it wasn't a good day for you. But the Democrat Party not only is fading away, they're not fading away with honor, they're collapsing with hysterical bizarreness happening, including the town hall meeting with Bernie Sanders and AOC on CNN, which we're going to go through. But Nancy Pelosi, the Democrats, the reason they're collapsing is because of President Trump. And it's in when President Trump came down the escalator and he created this new brand of the media, fake news. We called them MSM, mainstream media. That was the hashtag on Twitter back in those days. But when President Trump labeled them and branded them fake news, that stuck. And in the over 10 years since he created that brand, the Democrats are in their final days of existence as a major political party. And I would argue they're not a major political party anymore. They're very fringe, third party-ish in their size, influence, and everything else. But the Democrats were able to maintain an illusion for the last half century that they were all these things because they had the media on their side, and the media was doing their bidding. And when President Trump labeled the media fake news, slowly over time, the Democrats lost their propaganda tool, the fake news media, the mainstream media. And that's why they're in the situation they are in today. They've just completely lost it. They are actually almost like deposed, a deposed government, right? That's not living in exile. It's like, in their view, this is how the Democrat leadership is viewing this, the Nancy Pelosi's. This is how, and they've done a lot of damage to themselves. One of the things they did, the Democrats, that was the beginning of the end, is back in the Democrat primaries when Hillary was running in 2015, is they allowed Bernie Sanders, who's a Democratic socialist, not a Democrat, to participate in the Democrat debates and at the nominating convention. And they turned their own party into this Democratic Socialist Party. And it doesn't matter if Zohan wins. He had a disastrous thing yesterday, too, on Fox, which I want to share with you. But it doesn't matter if Zohan wins New York City, which everyone predicts that he will. It's over for him. It's over. And allowing Democratic Socialists into their party as Democrats, that factored into. And that's part of what's destroyed the Democrat Party and put them in the position they're in today. But a lot of other things have happened along the way. I'm not going to go through a whole laundry list. But the way the Democrats view what has happened with the rise of MAGA and President Trump raising from the ashes and defeating all of the lawfare attacks of the last 4 years between his two terms, and the assassination attempts, they shot him and all that stuff. The way, and now he's in the White House again, and not only is MAGA popular, it's growing and growing each and every day. So what I'm about to tell you is how Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats view what has happened. Okay? Don't misunderstand. They believe, the Democrats, the Democrat establishment, and this may even be true of the Republican establishment, the Bush Republicans, they believe that the United States is currently occupied by lawless people that have no business being in power, and that they and the way they're reacting is as if they're a government who's been overthrown by an invading force from another country. That's how they're acting, and they've lost it. Except for, well, there's one that hasn't. So let me just go into this. So AOC just had a complete meltdown yesterday. This is in the Gateway Pundit, and I'll play the video in just a moment. If you're watching on the live stream with the green behind me, to see and hear all the audio and video that I share, go to my main stream, which is linked in the description of that video. Nancy Pelosi, this is in the Gateway Pundit. Nancy Pelosi was confronted on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. She didn't take it too well. The former U.S. Speaker of the House lost it and started screaming. Lindell TV reporter Allison Steinberg, Lindell TV of course, Mike Lindell. Lindell TV reporter Allison Steinberg asked Pelosi why she refused to call in the National Guard on January 6th. And Pelosi started screaming, "Shut up." Watch this. This is nuts. Capitol steps, Pelosi's here, surrounded by reporters. You hear? Shut up. That is a breakdown. You know, when you're in a position like hers, and you're pointing your old wrinkled up creepy finger and yelling "shut up" at a young 20-something reporter, you're in a panic attack. She is in her entire work. Plus, she's got all these problems with her husband and all these adventures that he's been on. So things aren't going well at home for her for quite some time, I imagine. But when you have a breakdown like that publicly with a reporter, that means all of your world has come apart. And everything that she's been a part of and worked for her entire life has been for nothing. And she's completely lost her mind. And then she turns around and she's smiling. She's happy because she knows she's got it. She's got it. Oh my goodness! Look at that still picture of Nancy Pelosi. Oh my goodness! I'll tell you what though, her denture stayed in place, right? Her teeth didn't slip and her teeth didn't come out, so that's good. But she's lost it, and she's lost it because it's over for the Democrats. And elections happen, and there's one party in power and another party not in power. But see, this is different, and this is one of the reasons I talk a lot about how I'll never disagree with President Trump. Not just because he's earned that, he has with everything he's gone through for us in this country. President Trump, when he left office the first time, they tried to get him to form a third party, a MAGA party. And President Trump said no. He says, I'm going to take back the Republican Party and make it a real conservative party. And they laughed at him. They didn't think he would do it. And here he is. He's done it. And what we're in, Victor Davis Hanson pointed this out a few weeks ago on his program. You guys know Victor Davis Hanson. He's probably one of the most brilliant conservative thinkers in history, and certainly I would say Victor Davis Hanson is probably the greatest conservative thinker alive today. He's brilliant, and he was talking about how this is a counter revolution that we're going through right now with the MAGA movement. Trump is the leader of a counter revolution. And I agree with that. The radical Democrats really have been running the country for 100 years. It started with Woodrow Wilson when the socialists came to power, and all these things they did. Woodrow Wilson brought us the income tax. FDR, he brought in more socialism with using the Depression as a cover for that. Lyndon Johnson brought us the Great Society, which just was devastating to this country in so many ways, and took us towards the path of socialism. And the Republican establishment helped them along the way. And even though there's been Republican presidents sandwiched in between all these Democrats. They really were working with the Democrats. The two-party system was a lie. We had a one-party system that was like the professional wrestlers, right? If you watch professional wrestling, I used to watch it when I was a kid. I haven't watched it since I was a kid, really. I used to love it. Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream, all those great people, the Iron Sheik, all the guys before Hulk Hogan, okay, became a superstar. I was all into that. Remember Gordon Soley and all of that, and Ric Flair, the great Ric Flair, and you'd have these great heroes and great villains, but they were really friends backstage, right? They just pretended to hate each other when they were out in the public. Well, that's the way it's been our entire lives with the Republicans and the Democrats. Remember, Kerry Lake called it the Uniparty. The Uniparty. We've had this Uniparty that's been running the country for the last 100+ years, and it's really been driven by the Democrats. Even though there was a Uniparty, the Republicans were kind of on the side, right? It was mainly the Democrats. And they've had this gimmick going for a long time. And the beginning of the end actually for them began with the Tea Party. And, I remember when the Tea Party, which fell apart because the Republican establishment destroyed it, but the Tea Party didn't have a leader like we have with Trump, right, in the MAGA movement. But the Tea Party had these nationwide protests going on at these Obama healthcare town halls. Remember those? And Nancy Pelosi, she was speaker then. She went in a panic, and she had a press conference. I'm sure you can find this. I remember it clearly. She said, Republicans, get control of your party, And it was the first time that conservatives had become activists. And the Tea Party organized through Facebook groups. And with Trump coming down the escalator, because of a lot of factors, but mainly the new media and social media, the MAGA movement was able to get organized under having President Trump as a great, charismatic, strong leader who's right on everything, and the ability to network with social media. Prior to that, the Republicans as a group really were not activists, because Republicans always have been very busy, right, working with family and all of this stuff. Democrats, they had the media, and they had a bunch of single people and weirdos who were, using USAID and other things to hire crowds to protest. They always had these protests all over the country. We never did. And so it's over for the Democrats, and they see it, and that's why they're lashing out. Before I move on to some of these others, let me play the Pelosi. If you're just tuning in, let me play the Pelosi meltdown again. Oh my. I love how she turns around and has the smile. It's a little blurry, but that just cracks me up every time I see that. So that's a complete meltdown, and that's never going to get old. But there were some other events. There was this town hall meeting on CNN last night with AOC and Bernie Sanders. And I did not, obviously I knew that the Democrats, they have this thing for Bernie Sanders, but I didn't realize how big of a thing it was until recently. I don't know, a week or so ago, Mom Donnie had an event in New York with Bernie Sanders, and I watched the whole thing. I never really had seen Mom Donnie speak before. Hold on, I got to do a little audio check here. So give me a second, guys. Hold on. Here, so give me a second. Okay, I just had to check the audio. I never really heard Mom Donnie speak at length. Okay, and he said something really stupid to Martha McCallum yesterday, which I'm going to get to in a little bit. So I watched it, and Bernie was there, and this worship over Bernie Sanders is crazy. in these left-wing movements that they have on the left, Bernie Sanders is like an idol to them. He's like a god. They have this Bernie Sanders cult thing going on, and I didn't realize it. And they did this town hall, and I've got a few clips of it, but there's one I want to share with you first. Hold on, let me find this. Hold on a second. The whole thing was a disaster. AOC and Bernie Sanders. I mean, CNN really turned on them last night. But there was one, I don't have it queued up. Hold on. I got a lot of things to play and share with you today, but I want to pull this particular one up. Hold on. Okay, yeah. Okay, now this clip, it's Caitlin Collins was moderating the town hall. It's AOC and Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders and AOC lose it here. Listen to this. And of course, you know, it is a town hall, and there are questions, which we'll get to later. Do you see the panic there? She's freaking out. Bernie Sanders is trying to take control of it. See, they're not used to this. CNN is a place where Democrats or Democratic Socialist, with some fake thing, Democratic Socialist is a cover for being a communist. But CNN is a place where these left-wing lunatics like AOC and Bernie Sanders, they're not supposed to be asked tough questions. It's supposed to be a infomercial for them. They're not accustomed to being asked tough questions on their friendly media. And this is one of the things, you know, AOC is, in her mind, is going to be president one day. But the first step she's trying to take is to become a senator. She thinks that's the path. And I know that seems like a good path for her, but there's no good path for her to be president. She's a nut. But she wants to take out, in the primaries, Schumer and get the nomination from him. And everyone's been talking about this for weeks, months, years. It's been going on. But you're not supposed to ask her about that if she's on CNN. And Caitlin Collins did. And Bernie and AOC freak out. By the way, if you're new to the program, my name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. And of course, you can call me live on the program. The toll-free number is pinned in the live chat. It's a toll-free number no matter where you are watching. And remember, all the calls are unscreened and unvetted. When you call in, I just put you on hold, and I find out who you are and what you're all about when I click you on the air. All right, so let's get back to this. And the number, it is pinned in the live chat. It's 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. All right, so let me play the whole clip. The panic. Now keep in mind, all three of these people on stage are multi-millionaires, okay? Now they're all millionaires, even Caitlin Collins and AOC, right? And they're talking about the rich. But you can see, you see the panic? If you're on hold, hang in there. You see the panic with Bernie and her? This was not supposed to be asked. And they're trying to shift, and they're throwing out what I would call them shiny keys to the left. The rich, the oligarchs and all this stuff. The shiny keys to the left to forget what Caitlin Collins just asked. Well, you know, Bernie has 5 houses at last count. He may have picked up some since that story. You know, if there's a housing crisis, why does he not give 4 of his homes for these people that don't have housing to live in? He can only live in one at a time. Yeah, see, they're going back to that communist stuff to distract because they're not supposed to be talking about that openly, and that you can tell they're both panicked about it. Why they're panicked, I don't quite get. Because everyone is talking about this. I'm not exactly sure why they're so panicked about asking her about a primary challenge to Schumer. I don't know. Maybe they want to make but it's a definite confirmation that she's making that move, right? All right, so here's another clip. This was a CNN town hall last night with AOC and Bernie Sanders. Listen to this. He is, the president whose name shall not be mentioned, our favorite president, Donald Trump, of course. Oh, authoritarian. They were the ones who shot the president. One of his supporters, one of his campaign workers, shot Steve Scalise and tried to shoot the entire Republican baseball team. Remember that in the president's first term? Right? How many campaign managers of President Trump went to jail? 2? How many people did they arrest in Fulton County? How many top Trump aides have gone to prison? Charlie Kirk has been assassinated. So I think the oppressors are on the left. People were afraid in this country in the last 4 years. They broke into the president's home. They shot him. They tried to shoot him again. They arrested him multiple times, putting people that worked for him in prison for no reason other than they don't like him. They did all these things. And people being afraid that this country had turned into East Germany was a very realistic fear. And I've got news for you. If Kamala Harris would have won, this MAGA hat that I'm wearing would be illegal to wear in this country. They would have declared the MAGA movement a domestic hate group at best, or maybe even a domestic terrorist group. And MAGA would have been made illegal. It would have happened. It's one of the reasons Trump won so overwhelmingly in his reelection. And they also, by the way, the Democrats, nominated someone for president, Kamala Harris, Willie Brown's girlfriend, right, who didn't get a single vote in the primary, right? The primary choice was Joe Biden. She wasn't on the ballot. They gave, on top of all these things they did to the president and those who worked for him, putting them in prison, shooting him and such, arresting him multiple times, they disenfranchised all the Democrat primary voters. So who are the authoritarian people out there? Who are the ones that are taking rights away? Now, of course, this the new start time of the show is an hour before the radio show every morning. And this expansion of the program is, of course, brought to you by the great Mike Lindell at MyPillow. He is sponsoring this. This is the second month of his sponsorship of this expansion. And it's important for you to go to MyPillow.com and use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, so that he'll continue to support this great expansion of all this content that I'm bringing you. You can use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, on all the specials at mypillow.com. But let's listen to Mike Lindell himself. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Thanks so much. And please support Mike Lindell, promo code Kane at checkout. So the Democrats just completely lost it. Coming up in a bit, I will get to something. President Trump did a major takedown of Putin yesterday, a huge takedown. It is the beginning of the end of the Russian economy and ability to wage war. I'm going to get to that in a little bit. I'll take some of the calls now. If you'd like to call in, the number is 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, good morning, Brian.
Hey, Nick. What's up?
I'm watching your program. That Pelosi clip was great.
Oh, my goodness, I know. It's insane. She's really
and
lost
she
it.
lied.
Mm-hmm. I know.
The president, and I didn't know this, the president can't order the National Guard, get them ready, but it's up to her because she's in charge of the
security of the Capitol.
Unfortunately.
That's right. Yeah, I know.
So she lied. Telling a reporter to shut up.
Mm-hmm. If it was, if she wasn't lying, she wouldn't be so hysterical. That's how people react when they've been caught.
Of course, and her body language as well. You're right, exactly right. Thank you for the program. This is just
well, I appreciate
marvelous.
it. By the way, all of you that are joining me early for the early show, I do appreciate this. This is the new show time.
Oh, I do it every morning.
Yeah.
I just don't call every day. I just But the thing is that play that Pelosi clip again.
Oh, I'll be playing that throughout the show today. Don't worry.
I'll be playing for Steve too.
Oh, I'll play for everybody. Don't you worry. All right, Nick, take care. Yeah, I'll play it again. We'll take some requests. I'll keep this one queued up. We'll play it again in between different topics. This is complete insanity. A young 20-something reporter from Mike Lindell's Lindell TV caught Nancy Pelosi wearing a green velvet pantsuit on the Capitol, and Nancy Pelosi lost it. I wish it was better resolution when she turns around, the reporter, because she's grinning ear to ear because she knows she got her, and she's got something good. Oh my goodness! That's how the media should always be, and if they were, things would be much better in this country. But they're all in bed. I was talking yesterday on the morning show. I mentioned something, and this came to me, I don't know, a couple years ago, when I found out Brett Baer had bought a $34 million house or something in Palm Beach up the street from Mar-a-Lago. They pay these people in the mainstream media millions of dollars a year. They've all made deals with the devil so they can control them and get them to do their bidding. That's it. All right, let's go. Back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Calling from California.
Hey, California.
Hey, thank you so much for doing these shows so early. I know you've been working so hard and providing so much content.
Thank you.
I really do appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, and thank Mike Lindell too with the promo code Kane because he's supporting it.
I will. I'm gonna get the 3-for-1, the one with the sheets.
Oh,
the
you'll
pillows,
love it. I have all those.
Yeah, I'm gonna get those for Christmas gifts. Did you see how aggressive Nancy was with that finger of hers?
Oh, and her finger is huge too. Her finger's huge. I guess all the arthritis and everything.
She was so aggressive. I thought she was going to end up hitting her.
She came close. What happened? She had Secret Service with her. If a Secret Service protectee attacks someone, what does the Secret Service do?
I have no idea.
You can't defend yourself. They're under Secret Service protection.
You know, it's so wonderful to see that whole party falling apart.
Yes.
With SCOTUS
yes.
And like the hearing yesterday.
Oh, that was great.
If that comes through the way that I believe it should, and obviously like a bunch of other people believe it should be, we could end up getting like 20-something seats.
At least, maybe 30.
And I think that's absolutely amazing. And I don't know if this is true or not, but do you recall when Nancy was in a car saying something about taking responsibility and her daughter was filming her on January 6th?
Well, it wasn't just that her daughter was filming her. Nancy Pelosi's daughter is a documentary filmmaker. And on January 6th, just coincidentally, of course, Nancy Pelosi's daughter was with her entire documentary film crew. So it wasn't just like she was on her iPhone catching mom. She was making a move. Why would she be there with her whole? That's expensive. Why would she have been there on that day with her entire crew? It's almost like she knew something was coming. You know, like there'd be something to capture.
Well, yeah, but I also heard that potentially the guy that was holding the microphone when that was all going on was the same guy that ended up breaking into the house.
I don't know. I haven't heard that. Oh, no. You're talking about Paul? No. No, it's not the same guy. No. It would be nice.
Well, if I find anything, if I do some research and I find anything, I would definitely send it your way.
Yeah, and by the way, that guy that broke into Paul Pelosi's house is not MAGA. They got him to say that in court to get reduced charges because, Paul Pelosi had gotten into two bits of trouble in the middle of the night while Nancy was in Washington and he was alone in San Francisco, right? That one. And then the other one, he had that drunk driving accident in the Porsche convertible one night. And we never got to find out who he was with. So to cover up whatever his adventures were, they got that guy that broke into the house to say in court he was MAGA. They paid him off or gave him a sentencing reduction for that. That was just to try to distract away from Paul Pelosi's nightly adventures.
I cannot wait till all of this just comes crumbling down all over.
It is
January
now.
6th.
It's all. Why do you think they're freaking out?
I know, but it's the beginning, but it's just going to end up culminating. And if they are losing it at this point, can you imagine that the whole thing I can't wait.
Oh, it's the best.
This is better than any soap opera I've ever seen in my whole life.
Yeah, and those of you that are young or haven't been following politics since before the Trump era, I don't think you're enjoying it as much as some of us who have and are older are. This is something that we never envisioned possible.
There's never been anything like this.
No.
I know that you saw yesterday, towards the end of that press conference, and you know how he is. You know how he is with his wife. And he was saying how they were going after his son and saying that he was going to spend the rest of his life in jail. There's no way that man is going to let that stand.
Yeah.
If I was these people, I would lawyer up and I would throw myself at the mercy of everybody and get it over with because this is not going to be good. He is not going to let this fly. at
No.
all. He will hunt you down to the ends of the earth.
That's right. That's right. Well, listen, appreciate the call, and give me a ring after you get your My Pillow 3-in-1 special deliveries, and tell me how great you love all those things.
I will, and I
Especially
will.
the
Have a
towels.
great day. I'm
Especially
listening.
the towels. The My Pillow towels are going to blow your mind.
The person that I'm getting for is very picky, so I can't wait.
Oh, yeah. All right. Take care. Yeah, she's already doing her Christmas shopping. All right. If you're on hold, hang in there. So don't worry. That Nancy Pelosi clip, I'll be playing a couple times an hour, at least on today's show. So I've been sharing a little bit of this insane town hall meeting that totally collapsed for AOC and Bernie Sanders, hosted by Caitlin Collins on CNN. And AOC, you know, her claim is that she's just a bartender from Brooklyn who, you know, saw some things wrong and had to run for Congress. I've never seen someone ask her to make a drink that was more than beer or wine. Was she really a bartender? You know, I would like to have seen her make a drink that involves multiple alcohols and see if she really is a bartender, or if she just poured some beer and wine. I remember when she was running for Congress the first time, the New York Post had interviewed one of the waitresses that worked at that bar that AOC worked at in New York. And she talked about how she would steal the tips from the waitresses. They're supposed to share tips. She wouldn't share the tips. Isn't that the typical? All right. But anyway, her claim to fame is she's a bartender. She saw some things wrong in New York, and she says, I got to run to Congress. Got to run for Congress and take care of this stuff. You know, total BS story right out of Central Casting. Well, this event on CNN was a town hall where they took questions. And like that meltdown earlier, which I'll play again later for those that missed it. Usually when Democrats do a town hall, they're heavily organized screen. A lot of times they're actors or friends of theirs, and they ask friendly questions. This is not what happened last night. They actually, CNN went to a bartender, a real bartender, not AOC, a real bartender, to ask a question of Bernie Sanders and fake bartender AOC. Listen. Oh my. Okay, now this is great because if you can see, let me stand out of the way so you can see this. When you see the woman, well, my mic arm's covering. Hold on, see? CNN identifies her as a bartender on the graphic on the screen. So for some reason, CNN, they don't like AOC, and they've made some decision to try to bring her down. So let me play I'll play the question again from this real bartender, and then let's hear Bernie and AOC's response. Oh my goodness. Notice he doesn't address anything to do with this bartender who, her and her entire family are about to be homeless because their lease is up and the Schumer shutdown has cost them their home loan to be processed. If you're watching on the live stream with the green behind me, to see and hear all the video and audio I play, you have to go to my main live stream, which is here on YouTube, and the link to my main stream is in the description of the video with the green behind me. So if you click that link, it'll immediately, instantaneously take you there. I'm not sure why they don't like AOC on CNN. But this was a takedown. I mean, this was just a takedown. Hold on, let me... Okay, now, President Trump also had a pretty good press event yesterday at the White House with Kash Patel, which I'm going to get into some details because Kash Patel really dropped some big stuff. And, you know, President Trump has been doing these daily press conferences. He did daily press conferences in the first term, but these are different. He's doing them in the Oval Office. I remember in his first term, I don't know if we ever saw him speak in the Oval Office at a press conference. He would always do it at the press briefing room or the East Room. And I don't know how or why that is, but he seems to operate pretty much about 99% out of the Oval Office, which is good. And it looks good, and it's good imagery and everything else. But he's briefing the American people on everything he's doing all of the time. And we'll get to what Kash Patel announced with the president in just a bit. But these White House Oval Office press conferences, I catch them live any moment that it's possible for me. You know, and if I miss it, I go back and watch it in its entirety because they're always full of gems. And I've got some clips of that I'm going to sprinkle in too. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning. This is Doc from Texas. How are you?
All right, Texas. What's on your mind?
Hey, I was just looking at YouTube just now. Excuse me, and I saw you were saying that Trump has stopped the Ukraine war and he has stopped Putin.
Mm-hmm.
Trump cannot stop Putin. Putin is way smarter than Trump. Trump, when it comes to Putin, Trump is basically dumb because Putin is so much smarter than Trump. And that's all I'm going to say.
Well, then tell me, okay, since you know so much, what is the major source of money for Putin's government to fund their war against Ukraine?
Oil.
Oil, that's correct. Yesterday at the White House, I'm going to play some clips of that press conference. In the White House Oval Office press conference yesterday, he talked about, and I predicted this a couple days ago on the program, guys. I told you this when he was in Egypt. He talked to the Prime Minister of India, who he's friends with. India has like 1 billion people in it. They have been buying. They have been buying all the Russian oil. Them in China. And India is suspending purchasing any oil from Russia. Any oil from Russia. They're going to have a 100% oil embargo against Russia. This nation of 1 billion people, India. That is such a financial blow. And, you know, money makes the world go round. And President Trump understands that. So that is going to make it impossible for him to wage war. China's going to be next. You know, he put we got the announcement yesterday from India. You know, he put this 100% tariff on China. The reason he did that is as a bargaining chip. He's gonna do away with that in exchange for them also having an embargo against Russian oil, and that is going to end. I know you're upset about this and your liberal friends, but Putin's going to be forced to end that war because he's not going to have any money.
Okay, one more thing, then I'm gonna let you go.
Well, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. I gave you a very detailed response to what you called in about. You have nothing to say? Are you that vacuous of reasoning?
I say what I have to say. I say what I have to say. This one thing, and I'm gonna let you go. How's your wife doing, man?
My wife's doing well. Thank you for asking. All right, I appreciate the call. I mean, come on, guys. See, he didn't want to hear the truth. He called in about Putin, Trump, Ukraine, and Russia. I explained to him everything about it, and he doesn't want to hear it. Now, this is a follow-up. President Trump's talking about this is a follow-up to and an update from something I talked about on the program yesterday. Here's the president in the Oval Office yesterday. You can see that's Kash Patel's shoulder behind him. By the way, if you're watching on the live stream with the green behind me, if you go to my main YouTube live stream, you can see and hear all the audio and video that I share. There's a link in the description of that video. It'll instantaneously take you there. If you'd like to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. It's toll-free wherever you are watching from, 888-465-2631. All right, here's President. He's talking about the World Cup in Boston here, the president. This is yesterday. Okay, I mean that's so he's that's 2 days in a row he's mentioned that. Boston is in open rebellion against the federal government. Mayor Michelle Wu of Boston, is a racist, and she's one of the insurrectionist leaders. And President Trump is not going to let them while they're in rebellion against the United States federal government and involved in an insurrection, interrupting government business. He's not going to allow them to have the World Cup there. And he'll get the World Cup to move it to any other city that he wants it in. And that's going to happen. All right, let's take some more calls. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Bernie. This is Richie.
Hey, Richie.
I'm watching all this Bernie Sanders garbage.
Oh, beautiful.
There's moron that there's moron that everybody follows. The oligarchy and all this garbage with it. Everyone deserves free health care. This is a communist, people. And here's the deal. You know why this government? You know what they try to do? What the Democrats, and this is all backfired on the Democrats. What they did was they tried to put all the insurance companies out of business and have a single payer. So everyone they think it would have been like Canadian.
Or as Bernie Sanders would say, single payer. Yeah, and that single payer is their code word for nationalized health care. And that's it. Yeah.
So they tried to put so what happened was, guess who was paying for the health care when they were doing it with Obamacare? My wife was paying you were paying such crazy numbers because they were forcing it on the American people, and it was basically a tax. Somebody's got to pay for health care. Nothing is free in this world, people. So the deal is this: the Democrats could never get it passed where they were subsidizing after Obamacare. Basically, is there because it's subsidized by taxpayers to keep this thing going on and on and on. And they had a temporary date, which is coming up in a few weeks, I guess, in November. And it was supposed to stop. They never could get Democrats.
Well, Richie, another thing though that they got going on, and this is amazing. Okay, so President Trump has cut off Medicaid paying for illegal health care, right? And which is a big deal. And of course, the Schumer shutdown is all about that, right? These blue states and cities and counties, they're overloaded with illegals that they brought here, and the illegals are still using the emergency rooms as free clinics. So what's happening is the local hospital districts in these blue states, which is your state, local, county governments, they're not getting reimbursed from the federal government anymore for Medicaid, and it's hitting them in you're going to have like the collapse of California over this. So when Bernie Sanders says our healthcare system is going to collapse, he's actually right. Not you or I, the healthcare system in these blue states that's been getting reimbursed for the illegal free stuff in the emergency rooms through Medicaid. And the collapse hasn't, that's why the Democrats are in a panic over this shutdown, because all of these blue counties and states are going to go into financial collapse because of the illegals and not getting reimbursed on the Medicaid anymore. It's a big deal. They're still treating them.
If the taxpayer, right, and if the taxpayer wasn't paying this through taxes, it would come out to each individual like it was doing before. See, we don't know what our tax dollars go to. We just pay our income tax. Mm-hmm. But and the bottom line is, when you were paying those premiums, you knew exactly what you were paying for your own personal health care, which was outrageous. So this whole thing is
that's why I don't have insurance. That's why I don't have insurance now, is because of that. And I'm uninsured by choice. It's just I would have to pay over $10,000 a year before I got one penny of coverage. And I got to tell you, I got 2 days ago, I got in the mail the notice from my homeowner's insurance company on what my premium is going to be this coming year. The premium for this year is due. So they sent me the notice. I'm not going to tell you guys how much it is, but it's more than I used to make in a year when I first started in broadcasting. A lot more than I used to make in a year. And I almost didn't open it, and I threw it in the garbage. because I didn't want to know, and I said, hey, no, I better open that just in case there's some notice from the insurance company, and it's a lot of money on top of my property taxes and my income taxes and my payroll taxes, and then I got to find money to live on and support my family. People don't know. I mean, it's and they want to raise taxes on people. The Democrats, they're out of their minds.
That's all they want to do. That's the Democrat solution is just like this jerk in New York. Let's just keep on raising taxes. It never comes down to the top 1%.
Yesterday, Mom Donnie was talking about bus drivers. He was talking on. I can't play it because there's a bunch of music on it, so I can't play it. He was talking to a guy on the street who was interviewing him, Mom Donnie, Zohan, and he said free buses is going to make bus drivers safer because it'll reduce violence against bus drivers. So I guess homeless people attack bus drivers because they don't want to pay the fare.
Brian, let me tell you something. With the chief, they didn't want to pay the county, at least in our Democratic county. They said if they come on and they don't want to pay, don't open your mouth, shut up. So we used to have to let people just get on a bus, and if they didn't want to pay, people paid, and some people didn't.
I don't know how much buses cost now, but when I used to ride your bus, transfers were a dime. Right?
No, they're a lot more now.
And I guess it cost like 50 cents to get on board, right? Maybe a quarter. I don't remember how much it cost. I don't know. What does it cost to ride a bus now, like a public bus? Do you know?
It's got to be probably $3-4
please.
Right?
Take
wow. But here's the deal: some people don't pay, but the people that don't pay are the homeless, the drug addicts, and everything else. And you know what they do? And when it's a cold day, I saw it down here. When it was cold, they would get on the bus to sleep
and ride it all day.
Beer on the bus.
Ride it all day. So
all day long.
Why do you think? Why are free buses a bad idea?
Because you're just going to have all the homeless and all the disgusting.
They'll turn into homeless shelters. Is what they'll be homeless shelters.
Yeah, rolling homeless shelters and drug shelters.
Rolling crack houses. Rolling brothels.
We have to laugh at this because this is so insane that's going to elect a guy like this. It's so insane the way they think. And the people better open up their eyes. This shutdown is, like I said, it's all about the fact that they're afraid that the government that Trump will not pay anymore because the mandate will be over. It was a temporary.
People are telling me it's $2. People are telling me it's $2 to ride the bus now. $2 here in.
Wow! I wouldn't. I tell you the truth.
Take an Uber,
and that's it. I tell you this crazy. I wouldn't be an Uber driver in South Florida with the crazy people. They get on Ubers. They try to.
I love it. Yeah. Do you ever take Uber or Lyft?
No, my friend drove one out in Salt Lake, and he never had bad passengers. But I certainly wouldn't do one down
I've
here.
taken it a few times. I take it from time to time, right? Not too often. But a lot of times you get into an Uber or a Lyft, and the driver has all these cameras stuck to the windshield, filming everything inside the car from every angle to protect themselves. You know what I mean? It's a scary way to make a living being an Uber driver.
I'd rather deliver food if I had to.
Uber
at least you drop the food off and take a picture. But not for nothing. But this whole healthcare thing is a scam on the American people. They finally got caught with their pants down.
That's right.
They don't know what to do. You're 100% right. And these emergency rooms are going. The hospitals are going broke because they're not being paid. Because these people don't pay, and we pay.
Yeah.
And it's in time we stop.
That's right. Listen, I gotta run, Richie. We'll talk later. Okay. Now, of course, the new start time of the program is an hour earlier than normal. And, of course, this expansion of the program is brought to you by the great Mike Lindell of MyPillow.com. So make sure you go to MyPillow.com and use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, and let Mike Lindell know that his support of the program is money well spent. We'll be right back.
Anti-fascist. It's not a club.
All right, we're back. All right, let's take some more calls. I'm Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Mike from Louisiana.
Oh, hey, Mike. What's up?
I haven't seen them CNN try to take somebody down like they did with AOC since I believe they did it with Kamala Harris, I believe, and that's the thing. At one time, when she first got elected, they were saying, "Oh, this woman's going to be a president someday."
Yeah.
How far has she fallen?
I know, right? I know. I mean, when you have Caitlin, when you're a Democratic socialist, and you have Caitlin Collins on CNN taking you down and having bartenders ask questions at CNN town halls to humiliate you, they're after you.
They are after her, and that's the thing. And look, we know that she's got nothing upstairs. You can look from one side of her head to the other side of her head through her ears. She's not smart, okay?
No.
And so, but again, this is a woman that at one point they thought she was going to be president.
That's right. All right, appreciate the call, Mike. Remember that video she made a couple years back when she didn't know how to use a garbage disposal? Now listen to this. This is Jimmy Kimmel. He's talking about Portland. Oh my goodness. Domestic terrorist. You know, we're the one who our number 2 guy in our whole movement was just assassinated by a leftist, but he calls us domestic terrorists. This talking point they have that Antifa doesn't exist. I mean, that is the textbook dictionary definition of gaslighting. Telling you something that's not true, trying to convince you something that is not true is true. That's 100% textbook definition of gaslighting. What a monster. Oh my goodness. Really? There's no chaos in Chicago? And in Portland, President Trump last week had all of these reporters at the White House for this meeting. One of them was a girl who had a black eye that was given to her by Antifa. The video was all over X. See, this is what happens. See, the liberals have left reality, and they've gone to that blue sky platform, and the echo chamber of blue sky, so they don't know really what is going on, right? And they don't want to know. But I'll tell you, they can try to gaslight all day and all night. People aren't going to buy it, okay? Everybody knows what's going on out there. And the more that they say that it's not happening, the more people are going to be convinced that it is happening, right? I mean, the liberals always have talking points and false narratives and such. But I've never seen one quite this bad. And they have a very vested interest in convincing people that Antifa does not exist, don't they? And I'm going to tell you, you're going to hear this warning from me. This weekend is the No Kings event, part 2. Do not go to it. Do not go to them. I am not. I did a video. I went to the last No Kings event, and I went undercover, and I interviewed them. The video is on my X, Brian Craig Show on X, and if you go to my X, you can find it there. It's dangerous to go. It is dangerous to go, and the main purpose of this No Kings event they're doing this weekend is to try to get MAGA people to go there and cause a ruckus. They want a ruckus. They want an incident. And you do not want to go. I am not going. You should not go either. All right? It is it's a honey trap. It's a roach motel. It's a bear trap. It's exactly what it is. So don't fall for it. And I mean, in the end, I'm expecting it to be filled with a lot of Antifas, depending on which one you're at, because the Democrats are spending so much time defending Antifa. All right, hold on. I'm just hearing from Mike at the radio station. Okay. He's telling me what time we're going to be live. We're going to be live in about 90 seconds. Hold on. I got to get a couple things together for the show. Hold on. Okay. Go down. Here we go. Okay. All right. All right. If you're on hold, hang in there. And if you'd like to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. We'll be on in just over a minute. The radio show will start. Then I'll do an intro and everything else. And I'm going to lead with the Pelosi video. And those of you that are joining in for the early hour, welcome and thank you. And again, support Mike Lindell with the promo code Kane and check out KANE. And let him know that you're supportive of him and me every time you use the promo code Kane at checkout. All right. Yes, that's what we're going to start with. Okay. All right. 20 seconds. Welcome, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. You are listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. It is Thursday, October 16th. I cannot believe it is Thursday already this week, and it is the week of winning. I'm here to tell you, we got a lot to cover on the program. And I'm going to start, in the pre-show, which started over an hour ago, on my YouTube channel, Brian Craig Show. I was talking, and there was a nationwide breakdown of the Democrat Party yesterday. The Democrat Party yesterday had just a complete breakdown from some of their most high-profile people, and they did a lot of damage to themselves. Nancy Pelosi, Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Zohan Mamdani. All four of them, devastating moments yesterday, and I'm going to go through them all and a whole bunch more. We got a lot to cover. If you're on hold, stand by. My name is Brian Craig. This is The Steve Kane Show, the longest running radio show in the state of Florida, and, of course, where MAGA comes to talk. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. Let's start with Nancy Pelosi. This is amazing and beautiful and lovely and never gets old, and I will be playing this at least once an hour on the program today. At least, maybe multiple times an hour. Maybe out of every break. Maybe I'll play it out of every break. Going into and out of every break. The former mainstream fake news media, nobody pays attention to them anymore, and the new media has grown, to leaps and bounds. And the Washington press corps is now filled with real people, real journalists, real reporters asking the real questions. And here's a young reporter, I don't know her name, from Lindell TV. And Lindell TV, of course, is Mike Lindell's online news organization, Lindell TV. This is a reporter from Lindell TV. Nancy Pelosi is walking down the Capitol steps to her car from a building, which is insane to me. You know, I don't know why she's, you know, Nancy Pelosi's, she gets surrounded by the press. This reporter of Mike Lindell's asks her, I'm not gonna tell you what the question is, I'm just gonna play it. Asks her a question. Nancy Pelosi loses it. When you hear her get confrontational with this girl, she's walking away, being held up by her Secret Service agent. She's holding on to one of her Secret Service agents. She stops walking. The reporter is behind Nancy Pelosi, asking her these questions. And then she asks one question that just totally sets Nancy Pelosi off. And the Dragon Lady came out. She got a burst of adrenaline. She was so upset. And even though she's well beyond the menopause years, the hormones got to her and she had a hysterical attack. And she stops in her tracks, Nancy Pelosi, turns around and takes her shriveled up finger and points it in the face of this reporter of Mike Lindell's. Listen. You hear that? Shut up. And now when she says that, she has her finger in this girl's face. Shut up. Oh my goodness. I've never seen Nancy Pelosi like this before. This never gets old. Let me start it over. We'll play the whole thing now. And then the reporter turns around and she's grinning ear to ear because she knows she asked the right question. She's triggering the Dragon Lady. You know, when somebody says shut up, you're in a whole new place. So I'm going to go through a bunch of things today. I've got a lot of audio sound bites to play today, maybe more than normal because so much happened yesterday. And I have so many audio sound bites, it's kind of difficult for me to organize them. But by the way, all the things that you hear me talk about in the audio that you hear me play, it is all on my X, Brian Craig Show on X. So if you follow me on X, you get all this stuff. So some of these, there's really no particular order that I was trying to organize everything before the show. And there's so the meltdown of the Democrat Party is happening in such overabundance that it's impossible to organize it, right? I just can't organize it. So, you know, by the time I'm done organizing it, the show will be over. So I'm going to go through these and really in no particular order today. My apologies. I'm usually much more organized, but there's just too much to organize in any proper fashion. But the whole theme of it is the Democrat Party is fading away from existence because of President Trump. That's it. It's over. The party's over, you know, and it's because of Trump. That's it. You know, that's it. And here's an example. This is, let me see if I can get the name of this person. I'll get the name in a minute. This is CNN. We have a Republican woman, a white Republican woman. She's a pundit. Her name is Kristen Davison. And who's the guy? Let's see if I can get his name. on the clip. Can't get his name. I can't get the name of everybody on the clip. But anyway, this is a panel. The white woman is a Republican, and there's a black Democrat there on the panel. Listen to this exchange. Okay, now what they're talking about is there's these so-called racist texts from the young Republicans at some college somewhere, and they're trying to make this into something. I don't know who these so-called young Republicans are. I don't know. But they're trying to make this like, okay, the whole Republican Party is, we have this text exchange. I'd like to know how these texts became public, who these people really are, and who leaked them. This sounds like fake news that was crafted by someone to try to get a narrative going. Really? You know, and what you're hearing in that clip is utter chaos, right? And you know, this is why, if you've noticed, the Democrats, these never Trumpers and Democrats, they assassinated Charlie Kirk. Now they're doing all these other things. They're trying to get a narrative going that the problem is with the right. That, they got this Jay Jones guy in Virginia who is black Democrat running for office, who said violent things. He should be out of the race, and they can't get rid of this guy because they just won't. They won't even condemn what he said. In the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, they won't condemn what he said. So what they're trying to do now is get this narrative to justify this violence, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the violence in Portland, and everything else. And to do that, they're trying to get this race narrative going. The Democrats are desperate. The Republican Party, led by Donald Trump, is the most diverse political movement this country has ever seen. All right? The most diverse. And they got this text message story of these college kids. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. And you've even heard there's been some fake MAGA that have called me lately, pretending to be MAGA and then saying racist things. This is what it is that they do. Now, I want to talk about Friendly Tire in Margate. Oh, man. Guys, I've been buying tires there for like 15, 20 years. Friendly Tire in Margate's amazing. And Steve Kane's wife went over there in their Toyota Highlander and got tires. And the way this happened is, Steve's wife called me the other day, and I was in the car, and the caller ID comes up, and, Lori Kane. I'm like, okay, what is it? She says, I'm at the dealer getting a tune-up. I need new tires. And they gave me a price on tires. Do you think that Friendly Mike at Friendly Tire would give me a better deal? And she told me what they told her. And it was insanely high. And I said, well, I'm on my way to Friendly Tire now. I'm getting ready to go. I'll get back to you in a few minutes. I got the price. I called her. She was ecstatic. She called she got the tires on the car. Steve Kane's wife got 4 new tires out the door and on the road from Friendly Tire on their Toyota Highlander. 4 new tires for hundreds of dollars less than what 2 tires would have cost at the dealer that they were quoting. She got, let me say it again. She got 4 brand new tires out the door and on the road. Remember, Friendly Tire doesn't charge you to balance the tire, mount your tire, dispose your old tires. And by the way, this is a deal that any of you would get. This isn't some special deal that Steve Kane's wife got. This is the deal we all get. You go there and buy tires. She got 4 brand new tires on Steve Kane's Toyota Highlander out the door and on the road for hundreds of dollars less than what the dealer wanted for 2. Give Friendly Tire a call. He'll give you a quote right over the phone. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. That's 954-977-9445. We'll be right back. Nope, brand new. Brand new. Brand new. Out the door and on the road. Nope. Okay. Okay, where am I going to go next? I've got so much to cover. Okay. All right. I've got so much to do here. I'm getting my stuff organized for when we get back. If you're on hold, stand by. If you want to call in, the number is toll free. It's in the live chat. Okay. Okay, we'll be back. Let me check the time. We'll be back shortly. Oh, yes. Okay, this is the one I'm going to play first. We'll be back in about 90 seconds. Now, those of you that are watching on the video with the green behind me, if you go to my main live stream, you can see and hear all the audio and video that I play. The link to that stream is in the description of the video. You click that link. It's here on YouTube. It'll take you right there instantly. And you can see and hear all the audio and video I'm going to play, because I got a lot. And this next one I'm going to play now because I'll forget. And then I'm going to go back to the top of my stack of stuff because I've got so much to cover. This is a crazy day, guys. A crazy day. Okay. 30 seconds. We'll be back. Stand by. All right, welcome back. I'm Brian. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. Okay, so at the very end of yesterday's show, the very end, if you weren't listening to the very end, you missed this. So I'm going to recap. When I was talking yesterday about the Presidential Medal of Freedom being awarded to the late, great Charlie Kirk, and I was talking about we need someone to take over that organization, and I mentioned Stephen Miller, who I love. Stephen Miller, everybody loves Stephen Miller. He's the Deputy White House Chief of Staff right now. And my wife texted me something that I think she was right on the money about. And one of the players involved in my wife's prediction that I shared at the end of yesterday's show spoke about this yesterday, which I'm going to play for you in just a moment. President Trump said the other day in Egypt that Marco Rubio was going to go down in history as the greatest Secretary of State in history. And I agree with that. He's the one who's been brokering all these deals, these 8 wars that have ended. And the only problem that Trump has and the MAGA movement have is that we've got so many great superstars to be the second MAGA president. It's expected that J.D. Vance will get the nomination because he's the vice president. Marco Rubio's spectacular, Pete Hegseth, Kristi Noem, and many others. And what my wife's theory was, and I think this was right on the money, a good one, is that the plan is for J.D. Vance to take over Turning Point USA and Marco Rubio get the nomination. And see, I don't see Marco Rubio wanting to be vice president to JD. I don't see that. He might be Trump's vice president, but not JD. You know, JD's a millennial. Marco's Gen X. There's the age. He's old. I just don't see it. And I think my wife's theory is pretty good and it's based on some things. JD Vance is very close to Erica Kirk. He and his wife, right? The vice president brought Charlie Kirk's body home to Arizona on Air Force Two. Remember all of that? And she even talked about the vice president and his wife at the medal ceremony at the White House the other day. And my wife's theory that J.D. Vance is going to take over Turning Point and Marco Rubio is going to be our second MAGA president, that makes a lot of sense. Yesterday, the vice president, J.D. Vance, he went on the Charlie Kirk show. Charlie Kirk's guys are hosting that show. And they did the Charlie Kirk show from the White House yesterday with guest J.D. Vance, the vice president of the United States. Listen to this. And this fits into what my wife's theory. Listen. Hear that? Wow. So he said, I am going to do what Charlie did. He says, I want to start with a little speech, and then I want to take questions from the audience, from the students, from the kids. I'm going to do what Charlie did. And if you remember last week, he took over the press conference with those vultures in the fake news White House press corps. And he had them eating out of his hand. They were laughing at his jokes, and they were asking tough questions of J.D. Vance. And he took them all. That was a beautiful thing. So what do you guys think about this theory that J.D. Vance could be taking over Turning Point USA and Marco Rubio is going to be the second MAGA president? What are your thoughts on that? I'm curious to hear. Our number is toll free, 1-888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you're listening. Oh, let me talk about Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing. You know, Tom Laporta is a good MAGA guy, and he'll never sell you a roof you do not need. If you need just a simple repair, he will do it. And I talk from time to time about how Tom Laporta is not just a roofer, he's also a contractor. And that allows him to deal directly with your insurance company on the cost of the repair or the replacement of your roof. It speeds things up a lot. And those of you that have had experiences with public adjusters, you may not need to go through all that with Tom Laporta on the job, okay? Sometimes people actually hire attorneys to deal with their insurance company. And let me tell you, as much as homeowners insurance is now, I got my yearly annual statement for my homeowners insurance. Holy smokes. You want to have Tom Laporta dealing with your insurance company for the cost of the repair or the replacement of your roof, right? And his team, you know, listen, roofing is a big part of Florida because not just because, like everywhere else, we have roofs on homes and office buildings and municipal buildings. Tom Laporta Roofing handles all those, but because we have hurricanes in Florida. So there's never been a time in my coherent life that I don't remember dealing with roofers and knowing roofers. But Tom Laporta and his team are more than that. They're more than roofers, more than contractors. His team are actually artisans. I've seen their work on multiple properties, including Steve Kane's house and others. They are artisans who do a job at a level that I've never seen before. Give Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing a call. He covers both the east and west coast of Florida and everywhere in between. This number rings directly to Tom Laporta's cell phone. You can also text 954-604-4602. 954-604-4602. That's 954-604-4602. It's the Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian. We'll be right back. All right, we're clear. So what do you guys think? I mean, let me play again for you guys. To me, it sounds like that J.D. Vance is going to take over Turning Point. He is, and he's preparing it. He's taking that Charlie Kirk role at the first college event, the first major one. Yeah. Yeah, see, it sounds to me like he's making the move to be the front man for Turning Point. Now, remember, guys, this expansion I've done, the extra hour of the show, continuing the show during the breaks on the radio, all brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. So make sure you go to mypillow.com and use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, to let Mike Lindell know that his sponsorship is money well spent. All right, now, welcome back, everyone. We'll be back in less than a minute on the radio. Those of you watching on the live stream with the green behind me, if you go to my main stream, you can see and hear all the audio and video that I'm going over. And there's a link in the description. You click that link. It's right here on YouTube. It'll immediately take you to that stream, and you can catch all the audio and video that I'm playing. And if you're on hold, stand by. And if you'd like to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you are watching. All right, stand by. Okay, here we go. All right, we're back. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. So just to finish up, and then I'm going to get back to what happened with AOC and Bernie, which was a beautiful thing on CNN last night. See, I know a lot of people may think, that's crazy. He's vice president of the United States. He's going to walk into the nomination. J.D. Vance, why would he take over Turning Point instead of be the second MAGA president? We've got too many top-tier talent. And Turning Point, when it comes to organizations and people who don't have Trump in their name, Turning Point is the most responsible for Trump's reelection. Not only is it responsible for Trump's reelection, Turning Point USA is really about the future of the MAGA movement, right? Keeping young people red-pilled, undoing, remember what Charlie Kirk would say, undoing in 90 minutes what their professors have been doing for 4 years, and it's completely reversed. People are getting red-pilled. Keeping that going. And they had a dry run a week or two ago with Megyn Kelly and some others. It was a complete disaster. It's a very special skill set to do what Charlie Kirk did. And there's only a handful of people that can do it. And J.D. Vance, we've seen him in action at not just that press conference last week where he had the press corps under control and laughing at his jokes. It's unbelievable. I've seen him a few other times. He's very good. Very, very good debating people from the other side. And the other there's not very many people that can do that, and the only ones that can come close to it, they don't have the charisma. So J.D. Vance, he has everything. He has the charisma, he has the skill, and of course he's the vice president of the United States of America. So he brings that with him too, and that helps with the movie star quality that Charlie Kirk had. So looks like it's happening. And it's the perfect thing. Okay, so last night, CNN had a town hall hosted by lipless Caitlin Collins. She has no lips. With Bernie Sanders and AOC. They did something on that press conference that I've never seen done before when it comes to Democrats being on a CNN town hall. You know, the way that these town halls operate is they're not organic, all right? They handpick who asks the questions, and they pick people to ask the questions and ask the approved questions, CNN. This is how all these town halls work, to accomplish what their agenda is. If it's a Republican, they want to bring him down. If it's a Democrat, it's a bunch of thank yous and all of that to promote them. And AOC and Bernie Sanders were completely caught off guard as Caitlin Collins in the CNN town hall last night humiliated them. In particular, AOC. There was a couple of moments. This is one of my favorites. Now, you got to remember, AOC's claim to fame is she's just a bartender from the Bronx. They took a question from one of the town hall people that they weren't in the audience. They were at a remote location. I guess they did it on Zoom. And the woman that they take a question from is a real life bartender. On the screen on CNN, they have the lady's name, and next to it, it says bartender. So CNN found a bartender to ask AOC, a fake bartender, a question that's a very leading question to humiliate AOC. Let me pull this up. This is great. A real bartender asking fake bartender AOC a question on the CNN town hall. Okay, so, AOC is not even being allowed to talk, and she was brought in. I mean, and the point was made. This woman and her family are about to be homeless. The loan fell through because of the Schumer shutdown, and their lease is up. They're out the door. Now, Bernie Sanders does have 5 homes. Maybe he can loan one to this bartender, and that she's a real-life bartender. I mean, this is unheard of. But I do want to address one thing before we move on to what Bernie said, that the healthcare system is going to collapse. See, this is so beautiful and so amazing. The Democrat blue cities, a lot of people wonder, why would they let all these people into their cities, into their states, into their counties? Well, there's a number of reasons. You know most of them. But it's also an economic boom. And the Schumer shutdown is about one thing and one thing only: Medicaid coverage for illegals, which President Trump has ended with the big beautiful bill. And in these blue states and blue cities and blue counties, we all know that the illegals use the emergency rooms as free clinics. And if you've ever gone to an emergency room, they want to run every test and every scan on you and rack that bill up as much as possible. And when these uninsured people come in, like if somebody like me who's uninsured comes in, they'll, what happens, and I've had this happen, when I've had to go to the emergency room personally, they'll do the same crap. They make you go through the same thing, but you don't have to pay the full price, right? If you tell them you're not insured and you don't have Medicaid, like because I don't qualify for Medicaid, I make too much money, they'll work out a lower bill for you, a much lower bill. And then you'll either pay it, put it on a credit card, or make payments on it. I make the payments, okay, when that happens. And that's how it works. But the way it works for the illegals, up until President Trump and the big beautiful bill, is different. In California, Chicago, New York, Oregon, all these blue cities and states, the illegals, they and their entire families go to the emergency room as a free clinic. It's free to them. They go for a runny nose, or maybe just because they're bored, they run all the tests. Every test. The blood test, the scans, the x-rays, all these tests they don't need to do. No problem. They get just bill it to Medicaid, and the federal government has been reimbursing them. But now that illegals, they can't do their fraud and get the coverage for the illegals, these states are not getting reimbursed from the illegals in the emergency rooms. And they're going in there for everything, and they have to treat them. It's the law. Childbirth, heart attacks, everything. Runny nose, sprained ankle, broken wrist. They're going in there for everything, and they're not getting reimbursed by the federal government now because they don't qualify for Medicaid, because that's what they'll do. You know, that skateboard injury that I had when I was live streaming years ago, and I went to the emergency room. I told them I didn't have, the billing person came to me for the insurance. I say, I'm uninsured. They said, okay, I'm going to send a social worker over and we're going to get you on Medicaid. I said, I'm not going to qualify. They said, yes, you will. I said, no, I'm not. And they sent the social worker over. They asked me 2 questions. They said, you're right, you're not going to qualify, right? That's how it happens. So, you know, and they'll negotiate the bill right there for you, by the way, right? And I did. And they had racked up, I don't know how many thousands of dollars, and it was like $1,800, $1,200 I had to pay. They stopped doing tests when they found out I wasn't insured, by the way, although they did a whole bunch before. So anyway, these states, so this is one of the instances where, believe it or not, Bernie Sanders is correct. Their healthcare system is going to collapse in California, in Chicago, in New York, and all these other places that they've been committing Medicaid fraud, bringing illegals in, giving them every test they don't need under the sun, and then getting paid back by the federal government through Medicaid. They're not getting reimbursed anymore. But their states and cities, the blue cities and the blue states and the blue counties are still filled with the illegals using the ERs as free clinics. They brought them all there. So these local governments are their healthcare system is going to financially collapse because their whole business model is based on getting reimbursed from the federal government through Medicaid fraud on illegal healthcare. That's amazing, you know, so that's why they're in such a panic about they need this. You know what California in these blue cities and states are going to be like by the midterm elections? This has not hit the states yet. The big beautiful bill is new. It has not hit them yet, but it will. And they're going to have a major financial collapse because of it that they brought upon themselves. And that's one of the main reasons for the Schumer shutdown. They're desperate to try to get this Medicaid coverage back because their fake, fraudulent healthcare system is going to collapse. All right. Speaking of healthcare, let's talk about Dr. Philip Appleton. You know, now, I fall off my skateboard. I don't run to the emergency room. I just go see Dr. Appleton. And since appointments aren't necessary and walk-ins are welcome, even on Saturdays, I just go on in there. You know, Dr. Appleton in his laser away pain treatment works on every type of pain I've ever heard of. He's rid me of pain 7 times. Dr. Appleton performs all the laser treatments himself. And, the robotic laser, which goes deep inside because it's robotic, moves around the entire area that's being treated, top, bottom, sides, everything gets treated. What Dr. Appleton's robotic laser actually does is repair the damage that's causing you the pain. That's why when he's rid me of pain 7 times, it is not returned because he repaired the damage that was causing the pain. The pain is your body telling you that something's broken, okay? Something's wrong, something's torn. And the laser treatment from Dr. Appleton corrects that. It's amazing. And I know there are so many of you in this audience that are living pain-free right now, just like me, because of Dr. Appleton. I wonder, what would my life be without Dr. Appleton? Well, maybe I'd be a junkie, but I certainly would be in a whole bunch of pain all the time. So give Dr. Appleton a call. The consultation is free. So go in there, talk to Dr. Appleton. You can walk in even on Saturdays. Appointments are not necessary. Talk to him about the laser away pain treatment, and he'll tell you what the robotic laser can do for you. And the consultation is free. The number is 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. That's 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. We'll be right back. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right. I don't understand why that's happening. Oh, yes. Okay. Okay. All right, stand by. We'll be back shortly. Okay, we'll be back in about 30 seconds, guys. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. Did you catch the Martha McCallum interview with Zohan Mamdani yesterday afternoon? And I caught it quite by accident. I caught it because I was waiting for the Kash Patel press conference, which I'm going to get to in a little bit. President Trump had an Oval Office press conference with Kash Patel, which was amazing, and I'm going to get to that after the top of the hour. And I was waiting for that because it was at 3, and I guess Fox News, it was strange to me. They had an interview scheduled with Mamdani at 3. Well, the president was running late for the president. He's very busy running the country, so they ran this interview that Martha McCallum did, and I've got one soundbite from it that I'm going to play for you, which is insane. But that interview, did any of you catch it? That interview that Martha McCallum did was, I thought it was incredibly weak. She asked him some questions, well, how are you going to pay for this and how are you going to pay for that? There's one clip that he said something that was crazy, which she did ask him about this and he gave a crazy answer. But there was no follow-up. She didn't ask him to condemn the Intifada. She didn't ask him to condemn 9/11, which is part of the Intifada that he won't condemn. And she never mentioned that he's Muslim or anything. And I'm wondering what that was about. She was a never Trumper a long time ago. I don't know what she is now. She's had a very good facelift and neck lift. Martha McCallum has always been a woman who looks a lot younger than her age. She's like 61 years old. But she, for the last few years, she had this neck problem, and she was wearing scarves and everything. She had this young face, and her neck was just looking like she was 75. And she finally got a new facelift, and they did something to her neck, and she looks great. She looks a lot younger. She had a great facelift. Whoever her cosmetic surgeon is a top guy on the planet. He didn't remember the Martha McCallum neck is looking youthful again. But the interview was so softball. I'm wondering, was that her doing, or was she told to do that? And what would it take to get Zohan Mamdani in the Fox News building and studio and sitting down like that? Would it have to be some conditions, preconditions, approved questions? I don't know, but it was a little too soft and disappointing. If you didn't know all about him, you wouldn't know that he was a Muslim. And this is very important. I mean, it's not nasty to say, hey, a lot of your opponents, a lot of your detractors say, you're Muslim, that you're going to turn New York City into London, which is often referred to as Londonstan. That's not a nasty question. That is a legitimate and fair question. You have not once condemned the global Intifada publicly. Will you do that now? 9/11 was part of the Intifada. Will you condemn the Intifada and 9/11? Didn't do any of that. But she did ask him one question, and it's in this clip. It comes a few seconds in. It's not queued up to the exact moment to this. But this was one thing that was pretty crazy. She asks him if he would have Netanyahu arrested if he were to visit New York City. And this is such a crazy question because I remember when Giuliani was president, Arafat was coming to New York, and there were questions, was he going to have Arafat arrested? And I can't remember was it the international courts that wanted Arafat at the time? I don't remember. And what the UN did was crazy. They built a separate UN facility. If I remember, it's been a long time, but I want to say somewhere in Europe. And they actually had a UN event in Europe with all the members of the UN, all the representatives and ambassadors going to this other location so that Arafat could be. Remember that? And then there were questions about would the president of Iran be arrested when he was visiting to speak at Columbia years ago. Remember that? So anyway, Martha McCallum asks Mamdani if he will, when he's mayor, if he will have Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, arrested for international war crimes or something when he visits New York. And I wasn't aware that the mayor had that kind of authority over the... Can the mayor order the police to arrest people in New York City? Are they that powerful? I don't know. I know they appoint the police commissioner. I've seen Blue Bloods. All right, but anyway, this is it. Okay, affordable for all. What does that mean? I mean, but anyway, that's not why I'm playing this. He doesn't answer any questions, does he? But this is so. The reason I share this is it's not just that it's crazy that he would have Netanyahu arrested. The International Criminal Court, even if the country was signed on to it, that would be a federal or international crime, right? So he's saying that the NYPD, under his leadership as mayor, will arrest Netanyahu on this warrant from the International Court, which is not even valid because we're not a signature to that treaty. Why is it okay for him to have the NYPD arrest Netanyahu, but ICE agents can't arrest illegals and deport them? Can you explain that to me? He can arrest Netanyahu and deport him to The Hague and have him tried in the International Criminal Court. It's okay for him to arrest Netanyahu and deport him to The Hague, the NYPD under his leadership. But Immigration Customs Enforcement, he doesn't believe have the right to arrest illegals and deport them to their country of origin. That's what I mean by she didn't do any follow-ups. It was a very friendly and quite disappointing interview. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. We're going to take our break for the top. Come back, we'll take some calls. I got a lot more to cover. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian. Our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. We'll be back right after this. All right, guys, we will be back shortly. Okay. So strange. Okay. We'll be back shortly. If you're watching with the green behind me, go to my main stream and you can see and hear all the audio that I play. If you're on hold, hang in there. All right, we are back. I'm Brian. Sorry, I lost track of time, guys. This is Florida's longest running radio show. On the radio since 1977. Celebrating 49 years on the radio, the Steve Kane Show. Our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. You're welcome to call in about anything I've brought up so far today. I've brought up quite a bit, and we've covered a lot, and I've only just scratched the surface of my show prep today. I mean, this is, yesterday was one of the most destructive days to the Democrat Party. Now, just to follow up, I ran out of time with the thing with Mamdani. If Martha McCallum would have followed up with, well, wait a minute, you're going to arrest Netanyahu at the NYPD on an international court and deport him, turn him over to these international authorities, why can't ICE arrest illegals in our own country? Shouldn't do that. But, here's the thing you got to understand with Zohan and New York. Nothing we say or do or expose about this guy will stop the Democrat, socialists in New York, these idiots, from voting for him. I don't care what comes out. They could find him in a drug den with naked male hookers and whatever. They'd probably help him. He's unstoppable. Now, tonight is the debate. And this is what we're going to know. Are they serious or just phoning it in? Governor Cuomo has been a professional politician his entire life. He's got a command of the issues, and he's typically a tough New York kind of guy. Governor Cuomo has the ability to put this idiot in his place, but will he do it? Liberals, their brain rots over this diversity thing. And the idea of him being Muslim is part of their DEI mentality, their affirmative action mentality. And most of these Democrats, and Cuomo may be one of them, it seems to be, he's going pretty soft these days, may be afraid to go after him because he doesn't want to be called an Islamophobe. Wouldn't surprise me at all. It's like when John McCain was defending in debates Obama. Don't say that about Senator Obama. Because he was afraid of being called a racist because Obama is black, right? So we'll find out tonight. I mean, if Cuomo is serious, he'll do some hardcore takedowns. This guy is not hard to take down. The things he says, I watched the entire interview that he did with Martha McCallum because I was waiting for the president. He says nothing when he answers. He smiles. He's got a nice smile. I'll give him that. He's got some weird rings on. I don't know what those are all about. And I'd like somebody to ask him, why does he wear those weird rings on strange fingers that men don't normally wear rings on? I'd like to know. But his answers are pat. Well, we must make the affordable for all. he says these platitude, vacuous, meaningless things. You ask some follow-ups, some good follow-ups with some facts about him, and boom. What, as an example, he said, my focus will be allowing the NYPD to focus on violent crime. She didn't follow up. What he is going to legalize a lot of misdemeanors, which includes prostitution and even assault. So he's going to legalize a lot of crimes. She didn't ask him about that when he came up with that talking point. All right, let's go to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, this is Kara. I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, what's up?
Yes. So you had an opinion about
Yes.
Yes. So you had an opinion about ice.
Do you mean like ice that I would put like in a drink to make it cool, or immigration and customs enforcement?
No, you had an opinion about immigration.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I had an opinion about that. So what do you feel like? So you had an opinion about ICE and immigration, and then I had an opinion back to you. So I feel like sometimes like you kind of harsh on ICE.
I'm harsh on ICE? You got the right show?
Yes.
When am I harsh on ICE? You sure you're calling the right guy?
I feel like.
Who are you trying to call? You sure you're calling the right show?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, you say that I'm hard on ICE? Okay, what have I said that's hard on ICE?
Well, you said that the ICE should not be existing, and I feel like you kind of harsh.
I didn't say that. That I should not be arresting people? No, I did not. I didn't say that. I would never say something so ridiculous. Mm-mm. There may have been a liberal lunatic caller who called me and said it, but you've never heard me say that. No, they're federal agents. Of course, they should be arresting illegals and deporting them. No, I never said that.
And I feel, yes, sir, and I feel the same way. I feel like they should be arrested.
Yeah.
And I feel like
oh my goodness.
And I feel like yeah.
Who should be arrested? I should be arrested? I'm having a hard time understanding you. You're not very articulate, and you're somewhat incoherent. What are you saying, that ICE should be arrested, or that ICE should be arresting illegals? I'm unclear on what you're saying.
No, that the people that are they're being arrested, they should be arrested.
The illegal, yes, we agree. Yes.
Okay, so we agree on that.
Okay.
So what is the problem?
The problem is you're unable to articulate a point. Why did you call me?
Because you are a TV show host, okay?
And
you have a fucking platform.
okay, there we go. Boom. First dump of the day. Oh my goodness. You know who that is? First dump of the day, Mike. If you're on hold, hang in there. We got to wait for the delay to re-engage. You know who that is? That's the girl who called in the other day about abortion. The liberal that called in about it. Remember, she said she was on the fence? And then she told me, well, you don't have a vagina. You're not a woman. So you can't have an opinion? And I told her, I said, for the duration of this phone call, I now identify as a woman. My preferred pronouns are she and her. And now that I identify as a woman with she and her preferred pronouns, can I render an opinion on abortion now? And she said yes. And she felt stupid. And here we are, I don't know, 3 days later, 4 days later. I don't know how many days later it is, and she hasn't gotten over it. Let me give you some advice. Okay? I believe it or not, it's been a long, long time. I vaguely remember it happening, but I've said some things and looked stupid once or twice on the air. Move on, get over it, start talking about other things, and people will forget, unless I remind them. But I'm not going to remind them in every call. Oh my goodness. All right, our number is 888-465-2631. If you're on hold, we'll get back to the calls after the break. And let me see here. Hold on. Let me see what I got to do here. Hold on. Oh my goodness, that was a rough one. You know what? Let's just take the break. We'll be right back. If you're on hold, hang in there. Oh my goodness, what a strange call that was. She just can't get over that. You know, listen, she probably has never talked to a conservative before, so she hasn't really had a lot of experience. So she's having some difficulties, right? Yeah, if you go to the other stream, you get to see and hear all the video and everything that I share. And I want to remind you guys that if you are 65 years of age or older, it is open enrollment period for Medicare. The only time of year you can make changes to your your Medicare policy. Call Chapter. You're going to get a live agent on the phone when you call, and they cover all 50 states. So no matter where you're located in the United States, they can help you with your Medicare. The number is 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. Give them a call. All right. You'll get a live agent on the phone. That's exactly right. And the average Chapter client saves $1,100 a year on their Medicare. So give them a call. You know, a lot of insurance companies are pulling out of Medicare this year. You want to make sure that you are still covered. So give them a call. The number 805-754-3033. All right? We'll be back. If you're on hold, hang in there. Boy, oh boy. I recognized her voice when I picked up the phone. But, you know. She was saying that she's pro-ICE, I'm against ICE. I don't know. Very strange. Well, you know, if you're taking a position and you feel humiliated or embarrassed by that position, that's your instincts telling you got the wrong position, right? Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. All right, we are back. The delay is re-engaged. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, Brian, this is Richard.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes. I want to talk about that Mandini thing on Fox yesterday with Martha McCallum.
Oh, I was really aggravated with her about it. I was really pissed, to tell you the truth.
She looked like she was starstruck with that big smile on her face, so soft-spoken, never did major follow-ups, let him control everything.
No.
I blame that on Fox because
Yeah.
his people must have gone to Fox and handpicked her because they needed a tough interviewer there. They didn't have it. They made it look.
Well, I'm thinking she was given the questions. I would not have caught it in its entirety if the president wasn't coming on, because I wouldn't have known about it. It didn't get a lot of publicity, and I just caught it by accident. It seemed uncomfortable for her. I think that Fox made a deal with his campaign for the interview. That they think it's a good ratings event. The interviews are no good if you do an infomercial with someone like that. Come on.
Yeah. And it's not just that. This guy, first of all, he disqualified himself when he said Palestine. I haven't seen a country named Palestine. There is no Palestine.
Yeah.
This is the biggest fraud put on people in the whole world. They're not a recognized country.
Yeah.
They're a terrorist organization. It's just a bunch of it's
Yeah, well, that
chaotic
was part one. So I guess we get part two today. I mean, come on.
There's also, by the way, at 7:00 tonight.
And this thing about this thing about the rings that he wears. He wears rings on fingers men do not normally wear rings on. And he's not Liberace and he's not Elton John. So I think there's some Islamic reason why he wears them. There was it's been a long time. I learned about this in college. I can't remember the whole story, but there was a big conflict in the Muslim world over the ring that Muhammad wore. So I'm wondering if any of those rings there's got to be something to do with Islam, with the way he wears those rings. Got to be.
Well, there's a major problem here. It's not just. First of all, they're going to have the debate tonight at 7:00.
Yep.
on in New York.
Yep.
So, but that'll be interesting. But here's the deal. This guy. In Dearborn, Michigan, America,
let me answer all these lines that are calling in. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Dearborn. Yeah, Dearborn's lost. It's now Somalia.
Yeah, like 6 times a day on loudspeakers all over the city.
Yeah.
You hear the prayer, the call to prayer. It sounds like you're in El Calcutta.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's totally out of control. They took over Minnesota. They're actually infiltrating Europe, and you can see what's
Minnesota is
England.
gone. Michigan and Minnesota are gone.
And
it's part of the caliph.
And this is a guy in a suit. They know they couldn't get here with scare tactic. They're very slick with their suits and soft-spoken, educated people
Absolutely.
that are against the United States of America. This guy is a sheep in wolf's clothes.
Oh no, this guy is a Trojan horse, is what he is. All right, Rich, I appreciate the call. But there is something to do with those rings. I don't care what they say. That's just strange. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Morning, Brian. This is Dave in Royal Palm Beach.
Hey, Dave. What's up?
Not much. Just listening to a lot of this stuff about this mayor candidate in New York, and it brings up a lot of things. He's a communist.
Yes.
And so is AOC and the likes. And, in the United States, we can talk about whatever we want to, but these people are talking about a system that we spent, 80 years, sending people off to war to prevent from happening here, communism.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think somehow we've got to start educating, kids again about all the BS they've been fed in schools. I don't know how to do that other than PSA or have notable people start talking about how it economically does not work. And socialism, the whole concept is based on monopoly money. It's whatever the leadership thinks, the currency should be worth that day. In economics,
well, there is not a successful communist economy in the world. The Soviet Union collapsed, bankruptcy. Cuba is what it is. China. Their economy really is fake, but what little they have is capitalist. right? You know, but Mamdani's main purpose isn't his communism. It's about a move by the Islamic world into New York City. And that's what it is. I mean, look at England. England's lost. It's fallen, and it can't be recovered. The Crusades have been lost.
Well, one other thing people miss about Islam, and I don't want to be controversial, but the reality is it's a political system, and it was designed as a political system over 1,000 years ago because they were afraid of Christ. They had this kingdom of God concept in their mind. They wanted to take advantage of it and prevent Arabs from joining Christianity, whatever that was.
Yeah.
So they combined those writings and everything and created Islam and made Islam so that adherents to Islam had to listen to the state religious leaders. It's all a political system, always has been. And people have to just wake up to this. You know, I don't want to embarrass anybody that's an Islamist, but the reality is it's just a scam.
Well,
just
he's not a democratic socialist. That's his cover story. You get it?
Right.
It's his cover story because it's popular in New York because of AOC and others. And Bernie. It's a cover story. The main reason is, you know, listen. The Muslims have had a very successful strategy. You know, the prior strategy was all blowing stuff up. You know, hijacking. That's not what they do now. They just immigrate and then. They run for local office, and then they run for federal office. And I got news for you, Mayor. You know, like Ilhan Omar and Tlaib. And you look at Zohan. He's in the state government. Now he's going to be the city. Being the mayor of New York City is a bigger deal than being the governor of most states. And and it's a big deal, right? And so to do an interview with him, how are you going to pay for childcare? How are you going to pay for the free? How are you going to pay for this? That's his cover story, and they don't get to the real meat of it. And I almost felt bad for Martha McCallum because I think she was told to do what she did by management. I just can't believe she would embarrass herself that bad. It was too obvious what she was doing. It was too much of a free ride she gave Zohan on Fox yesterday. And a lot of MAGA people saw it because we were waiting for the president.
Yeah, it's something else. I tell you, but somebody should really come out and just. My background happens to be economics and accounting, and I studied years ago, and nothing's changed.
Listen, this is what I would do if you know his opponent's Governor Cuomo, so I have to use Cuomo. If I were on that campaign, if I was an advisor to Cuomo, here's what I would do. I would put together a series of television commercials, and I would start. Each commercial would start with me in a historic section of New York City. The next shot would be Governor Cuomo in London-stan, showing what's happened with London. And, you know, going through the historic landmarks, you know, the two big cities of Western civilization used to be New York and London, right? Go to the historic parts of London and show what has happened there now, and talk and find some 9/11 families to talk and endorse you to, and maybe take them with you to London. You know, and that's what I would do, and that would be effective. I don't know if it would work, but you know, because we've got these lunatic Democrats in New York City, but that's the kind of campaign you got to run, and everyone's dancing around it. Like there's no one who could tell me that those rings that he wears on funny fingers for men to wear rings on isn't something to do with his religion. And I'm not talking about. Go ahead.
I was going to say, he's just an ignorant narcissist. That's basically it. And he wants to get this, you know, be popular with his Muslim friends and everything. He has been, his mother, his parents are very well connected, right? The center of the revolution is Columbia. His father's a professor at Columbia, and his mother is an Oscar-nominated Hollywood director, okay? And he has been chosen by some very bad people to be part of an infiltration into the United States. I agree.
Yeah, he's working for people. He's a front man
Yeah.
for a larger effort.
I have no doubt about that. And, well, that's just the thing you mentioned, you got to show people, like you were saying, show people London, what's happened to Paris, all these places that they've been screwing up.
Go
And
into,
just
I mean,
show them
go
they
into
want.
go into one of the local grocery stores in London. You wouldn't even recognize the food because it's Islamic, right? I mean, those are the kind of things you show. And you could find before pictures. Believe me, what I would do is I would get in touch with Tommy Robinson and his people. And I would get some, they probably could get you video of these London sites prior and show today with what's happened, right? I mean, it could be done and it would be very effective and powerful, but they're not doing it. All right, listen, I gotta run, but I appreciate the call. You make some good points.
Thank you, Brian. Take care.
All right, take care. If you're on hold, hang in there. I want to talk about Life Imaging FLA, and you've been talking. I've been talking about how how I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I was going to have plaque. I was going to have blockage in my heart, and after the scan, I had nothing. Listen to this. This is David, who is a patient over there. He had the scans just like I did. Listen to this. What an amazing procedure. It was very quick. I do have some family history of heart issues. At the time, I had tightness in my chest. I always assumed it was work-related since I work at a very physical job. Although having a dear friend of mine pass away from a massive heart attack finally gave me the push. I got the heart scan from Life Imaging FLA, and they called me the next morning telling me that I had over 85% blockage. They referred to it as the Widowmaker. I had a stent put in. I cannot thank Life Imaging FLA enough for having their service available. It truly saved my life. Now, for the first time in years, I don't have tightness in my chest. Wow. The Widowmaker. Whew. See, I'm telling you, you get peace of mind or they save your life. It's one or the other. And the peace of mind I've got's been life-changing. But think about it, if I would have gone in there and I had over 85% blockage like David had here, what they do is absolutely amazing. Call Life Imaging FLA for your free heart scan now with a few minimum requirements valued at $699. From your cell phone, call pound 250 and say free heart scan. That's pound 250 and just say free heart scan. You'll be connected in seconds. Pound 250 and say free heart scan. We'll be right back. Oh, boy. If you're on hold, hang in there. We'll get to the calls after the break. All right. Now remember, guys, make sure you go to mypillow.com, use my promo code Kane at checkout, and support Mike Lindell's support of the expansion of the program. All right, guys, and I do appreciate that. All right, we'll be back shortly. Hold on. About 90 seconds, we'll be back. Oh, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining. If you're new, my name's Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. I'm going to go to the calls when we get back. Oh man, I tell you, this has just been the week of winning. It's been really the 9 months of winning, hasn't it? I mean, it's been beautiful. Okay, that's another story I gotta share. We'll be back in about a minute. All right, stand by. If you're on hold, stand by. I'm gonna go to the phones after the break. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Where's everyone located in the chat? Like what city, state, or country? Just out of curiosity. Every once in a while I like to ask. All right, here we go. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. Back to our phones we go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Yep, speak up. You're on the air. All right, well, you're out. Okay, I guess they surrendered. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Mike from Ohio.
Hey, Mike, what's up?
Hey, for one, I used to live in Florida. I live in Columbus, Ohio now.
Yeah.
But I used to live in Florida, and I'm pretty sure I used to listen to your show. So my point is, I'm glad you did whatever the heck you did here a month or so ago, because you showed up on my YouTube.
Oh, great.
Just appreciate that.
Yeah.
Also, here's a perfect intro for Cuomo to put on a commercial. Would be the old movie Escape from New York with Snake Plissken.
Yeah, that's correct.
That would be good.
But the reasoning there, listen, a lot of people have taken credit for this, but I did. I created one of the most well-known national presidential political commercials ever. Remember the Swiftboat veterans with John Kerry, right? It's his vice presidential running mate said, if you want to know about John Kerry, ask the men who served with him in Vietnam and all this stuff, and then had all the guys that served with him saying he was a scumbucket. I came up with that commercial. I did that. I made that commercial. The original. It was my idea, and that commercial turned. A lot of people take credit for it, but my friend PJ Gladnick at Newsbusters thankfully wrote a column. I didn't think so many people would take credit for it, for my work. But including some of the Swiftboat veteran people took credit for my work. But that commercial changed the polls around. John Kerry was ahead in the polls until that commercial came out, turned everything around. So I know a little bit about political commercials is the reason I'm telling that story. Doing an Escape from New York commercial, being chased across the Brooklyn Bridge by Muslims, they won't do it because they're Democrats running against him, and they think that would be considered bigotry and Islamophobic, right? So they won't do it. Cuomo is so afraid of being called a bigot and an Islamophobe that he won't talk. That's the elephant in the room. All right.
Crazy.
All right, you had a good idea, but that's it. Okay, now I was mentioning, let me share this story here. New poll is out. Think about this. Now, this is a poll done after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and of course, after the assassination attempts on the president, and our president was shot. New poll, 60%, that's a lot, that's the majority. 60% of young liberals endorse violence to stop deportations. That's crazy. Yeah, 60% of young liberals endorse violence to stop deportations. 42% of liberals overall support violence of all ages. This weekend is the second No Kings event. It's expected to be a bust. They're trying to go to the well again with something that they did that was successful a couple months ago. And likely it'll be a bust, okay? No doubt about it. Likely it'll be a bust. But whatever you do not go to a No Kings event. I am not going to be going to one. I went to the last one undercover and made a video about it, but I'm not going to this one. One of the reasons I'm not going is because I made the video. A lot of people have seen the video, and the No Kings organizers here in South Florida know me now, okay? They know me. And my cover was almost blown because there were some people there that recognized me from the Tesla protest that I did, if you've seen that video. So my cover has been blown. It's dangerous to go. And what they're counting on is that MAGA people do go. They want you to go so they can have an incident and blame it on you. They want to turn it into their own Tonkin Gulf, okay? Do not go to any of these events. It's very important not to go. I don't care where you are in the United States. I don't care how large, how small. You do not want to go. That's the whole. What do you think they're doing this for? And it wouldn't surprise me if there's incidents that they craft and create. I don't know if they'll be able to get enough people turned out. There aren't that many liberals left, and they had a hard time pulling off the last one. But the last one at the No Kings protest they did in I went to the one that was on Fort Lauderdale Beach, and it was a lot of people. But they were 90% gay. Fort Lauderdale is a gay town, and there's a lot of gay activists, and it was, so there was a lot of that factor going on. They don't have that everywhere, but they had at the last No Kings event, they had No Kings protest all over South Florida: Boca, Delray, Palm Beach, Miami, Fort Lauderdale. I went to the one in Fort Lauderdale because it was at that one in Coral Springs. Even, can you imagine? I was in shock. But they're not going to have the same kind of turnout this time for a whole bunch of reasons. But there will be some of them that are big. The one in Fort Lauderdale will probably have a turnout because the gay, activist and all that. But like with the Tesla protest, they got nothing else to do. It's like, it's like their weekend key party. But if you know what that is. But don't go. They want you to go. Now, I played this at the beginning of the show, and I got to play this every hour because it is, it's fantastic. Nancy Pelosi had a complete meltdown with a reporter from Mike Lindell's Lindell TV. I'll describe the video and then I'll play you the audio, okay? This is insanely beautiful, okay? Nancy Pelosi had a complete meltdown. So this young girl reporter, she's in her 20s. She's with Lindell TV, Mike Lindell's TV. She's walking behind Nancy Pelosi, who's wearing a green velvet pantsuit, and it looks. I like velvet. I don't have too much velvet clothing. I have some velvet jackets, a couple of velvet jackets. I like velvet. She's wearing this green velvet pantsuit, and the reporter is walking behind her, asking her about turning down the National Guard to protect the Capitol on January 6th. And then she keeps asking her. Pelosi's being held up, literally. She's holding onto the arm of one of her Secret Service agents. And then Pelosi has a freak out, turns around, puts her shriveled up finger in the face of this young girl, and just starts yelling at her. Listen to this. This is fun stuff. Oh, Nancy Pelosi's lost her mind. You hear that? Shut up! Oh, that doesn't get better than shut up. Oh my goodness. She almost hit her. You could tell she wanted to hit her. I mean, she got really close into her space. Oh my goodness. That woman used to run the country pretty much, right? Oh my goodness. That was and you got to give credit to this young girl from Lindell TV. She stood her ground, and when it's over, she turns around to the camera and she's smiling ear to ear because she knows she got it. All right, now I want to talk about Dr. Philip Appleton and his robotic laser away pain treatment. You know, this robotic laser has changed my life, and many of you in this audience who are now living pain-free in our lives. You know, all these pains that he's repaired and rid me of, all 7 of them, I would have still had these injuries and pains if I had not met Dr. Appleton. The only difference is I'd still be suffering. You know, the first pain he relieved me of was my over 30 years of suffering in my right knee. You know, I went to doctors for that. They could do nothing. Sometimes it got so bad during this time of year, the hurricane season, when it's raining all the time, you know, I'd have a few drinks at night sometimes, a martini or 2. Or I'd take some pain medications, but none of that really worked. It might have masked the pain a little bit, but it didn't really work. Dr. Appleton treated me, and my over 30 years of suffering was gone, and it has not returned because his robotic laser repairs the damage that is causing the pain. Go see Dr. Appleton. Dr. Appleton offers free consultations. All you got to lose is your pain. Walk-ins are welcome. Appointments are never necessary, even on Saturdays. So walk on in, take advantage of that no-charge free consultation with Dr. Appleton, and let him tell you how he can get your life back pain-free with his robotic laser away pain treatment. His number is 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. That's 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. We'll be right back. Okay. We'll be back in about 90 seconds, guys. Now, I'll go back to the phones when we get back. No sense. Okay, we'll be back in 1 minute. Oh, yes. All right, we are back. I'm Brian Craig. This is Florida's longest-running radio show, the Steve Kane Show. All right, to the phones we go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
David from Chicago.
Oh, hey, David.
Hi. If we can open up any topic.
No.
There's not like anything specific, right?
No, but...
I mean specifically about Trump and politics, not entertainment or anything like that.
I know it has to be something on there. What is on your mind? Your news, so I'll give you a break. Open phones is on Friday. Today's Thursday, but what did you have in mind?
I guess are you a Christian?
Yes, I'm Catholic.
Okay. I'm just like I voted for Trump, and I'm pro, the anti-LGBT and all that stuff, two-spirited and all that junk. I'm against that. But my question is, how, if you remember how Peter was rebuked by Paul for basically like being biased against Gentiles? Do you think that it's possible that Trump, when are you for promoting the idea that, how he had 3 marriages, he slept with Stormy Daniels?
Yeah, so tell me, this is interesting stuff here. I'm glad you called. You said you voted for Trump. Which election?
Last one. I think actually both of them, because like I said, those things are very important.
You think both of them?
I know at the very least the last one, but I'm in Chicago, and it's always going to swing Democrats. So I kind of
you think you voted for Trump? You think you voted for him? You don't remember?
Well, I forgot which one if it was this one or the last one.
Well, if you didn't vote for him, vote for him, you voted for someone else. So who What is the specific policy of President Trump that led you to give him your vote that you don't remember?
No, I remember which term it was, but how he's against LGBTQ, I think that's very important.
Well, he's not against LGBTQ. You know what? Why don't you just tell the truth? You got this Hispanic accent. You're in Democrat Chicago. You hate Trump, and you're trying to pass yourself off as a MAGA guy. You're full of crap.
No, honest to God.
President Trump is not. Excuse me. The Treasury Secretary is openly gay. Trump is not against LGBTQ. He's got one of the highest ranking people in the administration is the Secretary of Treasury. Best said he's openly gay.
Well, I know you're right, but I'm saying in the.
Well, how is he anti-LGBTQ plus if he's got an openly gay person like in the number 2 cabinet position?
No, well, he's not pro gay marriage, right?
No, he's not against gay marriage. Gay marriage is the law of the land. It's not an issue anymore. No. No one's against gay marriage. It's been the law of the land for like 15 years. Obama legalized it.
Are you against it?
I don't care. It's the way it is. You don't even know who you voted for. Let me tell you. This is such crap. You're calling me from the city that is the murder capital of the United States. And
I agree. I don't like Chicago politics.
And President Trump's coming to the rescue. They already have federal agents there that have been arresting some of the most violent people that have an accent like yours, Latin American.
And
you're here trying to tell me about some. What are you?
Romanian.
Okay,
Where
good.
my
We got it out of
parents were.
Romania.
I was born here.
You know, so this is just the crap that you're spewing here. Give me a break.
Well, I'm also against I'm also for deporting illegals. I think
Well,
you're
good
doing
for
a great
you.
job on that.
Good for you. See, there's this.
You know?
I appreciate the call. There's this new trend with the seminar callers. Have you noticed? They've all voted for Trump, and this guy can't remember. He's so full of. Yeah, give me a break. I voted for Trump, but they've been. It's like Rush always said. The Democrats have that same old playbook. We're talking about the John Kerry race, and I tell you this all the time. These liberal callers, I voted Republican all my life, but George Bush I'm going to vote Democrat for the first, give me a break. This is one of the oldest things with the seminar callers. I'm a Republican, but, and the name just changes based on whoever the Republican president or candidate is. Give me a break. He's done everything he promised to do and more. Nobody who voted for him is against him. There's no buts. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. Good morning. It's Tom from Florida. How are you?
Okay, I don't know why you are singing. Hey, Brian, it's Tom from Florida. How are you?
Wow.
Little strange. What's on your mind, Tom from Florida?
Well, you just made a comment where whoever voted for Trump doesn't regret voting for Trump.
Correct.
That is probably that's not well, there's no poll, but I guarantee you that's not true. Okay?
Of course. Why? Explain to me. Okay, we're talking in 2024. We're talking about. Slow down for a second. We're talking about 2024, right? Give me a specific reason why someone who voted for Trump in 2024 would regret that vote now, after the assassination of Charlie Kirk and all these things. Tell me why.
Okay, you ready for this? Okay, all right. Well, the assassination of Charlie Kirk put to the side. Okay, that's very unfortunate incident. But people who voted for Trump, I guarantee you, they never thought that this man would look after his family's interests and make them probably, they were a rich family, but now they're one of the richest in the world.
Yeah, this is some made up Rachel Maddow joy.
No,
give me a specific. No. Hold on. Give me you're this liberal guy. Give me a specific policy of President Trump's that was a betrayal to those who voted for him in his second term. He made some policy he put in place. Give me the policy. And I shouldn't have voted for him. He did this.
It might not be a policy, but it's blatantly.
So you don't have a policy.
In front of you that you can see that.
So you don't have a policy.
All this Bitcoin and all this stuff. Okay, I'll give you this.
Nobody cares about that. He doesn't have Bitcoin.
Hey, ready for this? What other president has come into the office and become one of the richest men in history by doing so?
He was the richest president in history. He was the richest president in history when he got elected. However, George Washington, who was the first, George Washington, you know who he is? George Washington?
Yeah, he was the guy who crossed that river, right? Come on, man, go ahead.
Okay, George Washington was the richest man in the colonies.
Okay.
And he was the first president. So he was the richest man in the United States, and he became president. You asked for a name, and I gave you one. Oh my goodness. Oh well, other than the one that you give me. Oh my goodness. Let me talk about Coastal Weight Loss Secret. I was talking the other day how I took all the shirts out of my closet. And I laid them out on my bed, and my wife and I went through them, and we threw away all the shirts that don't fit me anymore because I'm too small. The ones that I don't know what is the opposite of outgrown, because that's what I've done. And this weekend, we're doing the same with all my pants. And I had a lot of shirts, I got a lot of pants. I don't get rid of anything. I wear clothes until they fall apart. That's just how I am. I'm not into clothes. I have a few fancy clothes that I wear on the cruise. I got to try all my cruise clothes on because I'm going to have to get some alterations. But I'm going to go through all my pants and get rid of all the pants that are too big for me now that I still have, and there's a lot of them. It's absolutely amazing. I started this in January. I've lost all this weight, and I have, the show is now 4 hours. I start the show at 5 a.m. Now, right? I start, online on YouTube. If you follow me on YouTube, I start the show at 5 a.m. the reason I'm able to do that is because I have so much more energy that I've lost all this weight. I've lost over 35 pounds. My stomach is flat. I threw out all my old shirts that are too big. And this weekend, my wife and I are going to go through all my pants. I'm very excited to do this. And losing all this weight, it's giving me like a whole new life because I have so much more energy. Call Coastal Weight Loss Secret and schedule your free consultation. They can help you no matter where you are in the United States. We have listeners all over America who are losing weight with Coastal Weight Loss Secret. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. That's 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. Yeah, I mean, that was, oh my goodness. The liberal callers today. Oh, by the way, for those that say tariffs don't work, this was just announced. This is in Breitbart. Stellantis will be investing $13 billion in the Rust Belt, bringing overseas production back to the United States. Stellantis, they manufacture Jeeps and Chrysler vehicles and a whole bunch of other vehicles, major manufacturer, and they're bringing this $13 billion factory and construction to the United States because of the tariffs. See, tariffs work. Brings jobs back here. Brings manufacturing back here. Who would have thought manufacturing could have been brought back to the United States? Trump's doing it. I thought that was impossible, but Trump, he knows, he understands things. Tariffs work. This is an example. Call us on hold. You stand by. It's the Steve Kane Show. I'm Brian Craig. We'll take our break. Our number, 888-465-2631. We'll be back right after our top of the hour break. Don't go anywhere. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. Okay, we'll be back in less than a minute. Thirty seconds. Boy, oh boy. These liberals are deranged. All All right, welcome back. The final hour has begun. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, good morning. It's Bob from Pompano Beach.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, I know you have a lot of idiots calling in, and this last idiot talking about Trump being enriched by being a president. I mean, look at the Obamas. I mean, he wasn't a millionaire when he started as president. And all these book deals that he's done, and him and his wife. I mean, are you kidding me? Now he's multimillionaires. How about Bill Clinton and his wife Hillary? Hillary with Living History book, and Bill making $200,000 a clip out of speeches.
Well, wait, listen, we've not had a president that has businesses before, right? So he's got businesses all over the world. And he was out of office for 4 years in between when they were trying to kill him and put him in prison. So he and his kids, they're supposed to shut down the business? Come on. Give me a break. That's just stupid.
People call in and they should think of what they're saying and try to make some sense.
Well, you're asking a lot. You're talking about Democrats. You're asking a lot.
I know. I'm asking a lot. You're right. That's why this country was the way it is before Trump got in, because they vote for people that are destroying this country.
That's right.
So.
That's right.
All right. Thank you, Brian.
All right. Good to talk to you.
All
right. Take care. From Pompano in his car somewhere in Pompano. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Summer G from San Diego.
Hey, what's up, San Diego?
Hi. Good. You might be a father and you have a mother that gave birth to you. I feel like everybody has a duty and right to speak.
Did you say I probably have a mother that gave birth to me? How else does that happen?
No, I said you're probably a father.
Yes, I am a father, although some of the callers today think I'm a mother, if you get my drift. But yes, I am a dad, and I do have a mother who gave birth to me, yes.
Yes, and so you have everything to do with being pro-life and speaking for the defense of unborn children that don't have a voice for themselves.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I believe we all have a duty and a right to do that. If they can't stand up for themselves,
well, President Trump is the most pro-life president we've ever had.
Amen.
He overturned Roe v. Wade. I mean, who would have thought that? He overturned Roe v. Wade. Who would have thought?
Amen. Amen.
And the last time I was in Los Angeles, I made a video about this. It's on my YouTube channel. The last time I was in California to visit my daughter, I was driving down the street. My daughter was driving. I was a passenger. But we passed these pro-life activists on the side of the road. I got out and interviewed them with my MAGA hat. I put my MAGA hat on so they knew I was a friend. And I interviewed them. They were in front of a Planned Parenthood clinic in Los Angeles protesting. And I was talking, it's amazing. There's a lot of Republicans in California. And California is on the verge of becoming a red state again with the deportations going on.
Oh, I wish.
It's true.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
There are more Republicans in California than in Florida.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm. There are.
That's good news to me.
Yeah, you have more registered Republicans in California than there are in Florida.
Well, that's good to know.
Mm-hmm. Tell your friends.
Yes, I will. And I will tell them.
San Diego must be a lot nicer these days without the illegals going through it all day and night.
Yeah, I haven't seen any or met any. I just, you can't live anywhere else in the world illegally. I mean, especially Mexico. I mean, why would we let them live here? Mm-hmm. Illegally, you can't live anywhere else.
I've heard from, including my daughter, who told me that the traffic on the LA freeway, it's like non-existent now, like the old days, because the illegals aren't on the roads anymore. Isn't that something?
Stay out of here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Trump
is the best president we've ever had. It's because of him, through God's grace.
That's exactly right.
I'm so proud of him. And I was wondering, this time around, as president, is he getting paid to become president?
You know, he's donating his salary again. He gets paid quarterly, and I forget who he gave it to last time. Who he's giving it to? He's not taking his salary. They make him take it, so he donates it every time he gets paid, and he gets paid quarterly.
What an amazing person!
Yeah, isn't that something?
Yes.
What other president has
That's
done that?
something.
What other president has done that?
No, they're these greedy liberal Democrats.
Listen to this. Even during the government, that's exactly right. Even during the government shutdown, the congressmen are still getting paid. The senators and the House members are still getting paid during the government shutdown. Their staffs aren't, but they are.
Yeah.
But Trump doesn't take a salary.
It's all about money for them.
All right. Well, listen. Welcome to the show. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Have a great night.
All right, it's the morning. It's the morning. Well, she's 3 hours behind, so it's 5:09 a.m. for her. I guess she's a night out. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, it's Patty from New Jersey. How are you today?
I'm doing all right, Patty. The liberals in the audience are not. They're very unwell this morning.
You know what, Brian? Every morning I wake up and I say, God, please don't let me a liberal nut get under my skin today.
Yeah.
And every day I get up and the first thing I do is I listen to your show and boom, that goes right out the window.
Yep.
That guy that called about Trump being, about all of his riches, number one, I'd like to tell him he should really go and buy Eric Trump's book. And if he can't afford, if he can't understand and can't read, then he can get it on Audible. They will tell you in there the reason why they went to Bitcoin and to all that was because they were debanked by all the freaking banks around.
That's right.
And they debanked them and they had nowhere else to go.
Remember, President Trump had $1 billion in cash that a bank wouldn't take. $1 billion.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it cost them $400 million to defend their family against all the.
See, if Trump, this is what, you make a good, I'm going to get Eric, I haven't gotten Eric's book yet. I meant to get it on Kindle yesterday. I'm going to get it today. I just started reading a new book. I'm going to get it today and read it. Start reading it. But you know, I haven't read the book yet, so that's in the book. You know, in the last 4 years, they were trying to kill the president and put him and his family in prison and take all of their companies away from them. Remember this? And that's an interesting thing you bring up. So Eric Trump in the book Under Siege says that they got into the crypto so that they had a place to have their money.
To put their money because they were debanked everywhere.
See, we didn't know Trump was coming back. Right? It wasn't a sure thing. Right. I was confident, but it wasn't 100% he was coming back to the White House.
Right, exactly. And then the other thing is
Amazing.
That Trump is the only president that has worked for free. Every quarter, he donates his salary to a charity somewhere.
Sometimes it's a government agency, but he always donates it. Yeah. Well, you know, I got to tell you, you've done the best commercial for Eric Trump's book, because that's something I have not heard.
But it's awesome.
Because you know, when these kind of books come out, a lot of people think, oh, well, you know, I followed the whole thing. What's in there that I don't know? And you told me something I didn't know.
No, there is so much in there, and you can just see that this is a family that truly loves this country, and what they have gone through is unbelievable. And you look at all the improvements that he's done to the White House, not out of his pocket. And you know what? Yeah, he may be richer now than the first time he took office. You know why? Because he's won millions and millions of dollars off of their lies in court cases.
Yes.
So keep telling the lies, guys. You're just making him richer. And it was when you went and put him in jail when he became the richest, because that's when they had so many donations come in, because everybody saw through it.
Exactly.
And that just goes to show you how many people support this man. So that guy has no clue. He needs to get off the TV, stop watching mainstream media, and seek out the truth.
Well, you know what it is?
They're not going to tell it to you. You got to go find it.
Some people, I don't understand why these grown men who call me have problems with Trump. like look at and this new thing they're doing, like that guy from Chicago. Well, I voted this new thing. I voted for Trump, but nobody believes that. Give me a break. Nobody believes that crap.
Yep.
All right, appreciate the call. All right, you take care. All right, let's see here. Let me take one more. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air.
Oh, okay. I'm okay. It's IB. Good morning.
Oh, hey, IB.
Patty from Jersey. Awesome call. I took back what I was going to say about. I actually thought about Tom from Florida and wondered what happened to him, and then I absolutely regretted it.
Why'd you wonder what happened to him? Why'd you wonder what happened to him?
Because out of all the nut jobs you've been getting lately, all of the new college kids, all of the lefties, all of the liars, the seminar callers, I'm surprised Tom hasn't been in the mix in all this time. So I was just wondering.
Oh, he hasn't called in a while?
He hasn't called in a while? A long time.
I had not even noticed that. I didn't realize that.
I regret. So yesterday I was vulnerable. Today I'm strong. I'm going to take the blow from my MAGA family that I conjured him up, and I'm sorry that I did. But he gave Patty the opportunity to show that he's such a stupid person.
Yes.
This guy is not in crazy town.
Yes.
He's in Lululand.
Yes. Stupid is good. Yes.
Trump was debanked. Trump was debanked, and it's why he got interested in crypto in the first place, because crypto is the only thing.
All right, that's what Patty. All right, IB. That's what Patty said. I'm late for the break. I got to run. Real quick, I want to tell you about Friendly Tire in Margate. I tell you guys, lowest prices on new tires you'll find anywhere. And Steve's wife, Lori, she was at the dealer and getting her tune-up, right? They have a Toyota Highlander, and they needed some new tires. She got a price on tires. She goes to Friendly Tire. Friendly Mike at Friendly Tire gave Steve Kane's wife, and by the way, this is the same price you'll get, because before I told you guys about this, I talked to Mike. I talked to Friendly Mike and said, hey, Mike, is this, and I was like, this is the price everyone's going to get, okay? Not just her. She got 4 brand new tires on Steve Kane's Toyota Highlander, 4 brand new tires for hundreds of dollars less than they wanted for 2. She got 4 brand new tires for hundreds of dollars less than they wanted for 2 at the dealer. Give Friendly Mike at Friendly Tire a call. That's all I need to say right there. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. He'll give you a quote right over the phone. 954-977-9445. We'll be right back. Hello? Hold on. I'm trying to get on. We'll be back in just over a minute, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in seconds. We'll go to the phones. All right, welcome back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. Call us on hold. Stand by. You know, this morning, later this morning, is Attorney Barry Siegel's workshop in Wellington. If you're still interested in going, I don't know if they have space left or not. I was calling Barry during the break, but I didn't get a hold of him during the break. But you can call the office. Call Barry Siegel's office and find out if they still have availability. 855-FLA-3782. This is for the Barry Siegel workshop this morning in Wellington. 855-FLA-3782. All right, to the phones we go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Tony Villafranca from San Diego.
Yep, second call in a row from San Diego. I'm hot in San Diego today.
Yeah, the reason I'm calling is I think you may let Lester that call. I believe you got a call from the district attorney.
Really?
Right here in San Diego. I'm almost sure that was our district attorney.
Why? What makes you say that?
Well, first, the first name that she used, but her style, I work closely with her and her commitment to pro-life.
Well, I tell you, one thing with this show, you never know who's listening, and it wouldn't be the first time that an official. Are they a Republican?
Yeah, but I think she switched in the last couple of years. She got elected as a Republican probably about 5-6 years ago, and then she did something that the Republican, our San Diego Republican politics is kind of, it's got issues, and I think she switched to kind of like in the middle.
Oh, to get elected, to get elected again. You got to, sometimes they do that.
Yeah. Well, the reason I'm calling is first I do a lot of work in the Christian Catholic perspective here in San Diego. I just wanted to shoot something out to you. They say in Catholic politics, and the Catholic politics I talk about is Knights of Columbus. I'm a pretty active member of the Knights of Columbus, statewide and particularly in San Diego County.
Mm-hmm. Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I've been sick for the last 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
So the information I'm giving you, it's not completely updated, but it's, I've been sick for the last couple of weeks. Every time I try to do too many events, it just happens that way, right?
Yeah.
Well,
hopefully, since you're in California, hopefully you didn't catch Trump derangement syndrome.
Oh my God! Okay, what we talk about in San Diego is where San Diego goes in Catholic politics, the state goes. So right now, we have a community. It said, and once again, I'm not taking sides or anything, but we have a community that has launched a number of LGBT characters.
Listen, I'll this because most people aren't going to be interested in a local San Diego issue. However, in the next couple of election cycles, California is going to become a swing state in the presidential elections, no doubt. I was talking yesterday, Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, declared a public emergency because of ICE, and a lot of businesses aren't open, and she has suspended evictions in LA. And the reason she's done that is the illegals are hiding out, and they're not going to work. They're afraid they're going to get picked up by ICE, and since they're not going to work, they don't have money to pay rent, so now you can't evict them. The illegals aren't going to be out there on election day, okay? The next couple of elections are going to be very different than you're used to in California because of the deportations and those that are afraid of being deported.
I understand. Just to make a long story short, from my perspective, there's someone you would look out for. Her name is Toni Atkins.
Okay.
She's very active in state politics, launched out of San Diego. Our mayor, Todd Gloria, is her, basically her protege. Our openly LGBT mayor is her protege, Toni Atkins. So I think that the deal has already been made based on when I was checking fundraising monies about 3-4 weeks ago, and who's supporting who.
All right. Well, listen, I got to move on because no one's. But I appreciate you listening. But the local San Diego politics is going to do nothing. But I'm not interested in it. So. I know it's important because San Diego's part of California. We want San Diego to go red, no doubt about it. All right, if you're on hold, stand by. The number is 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Yeah, go ahead.
You there?
I'm there.
All right.
Yes.
Can you hear me all right?
I can.
Okay, listen, let's go back to the first election against Hillary Clinton. Okay, I turned on the TV station at 7 o'clock in the morning on the Today Show. Donald Trump was on the Today Show, the same NBC network that had his Apprentice show. Okay, so, the first words out of Donald Trump's mouth, I know a legitimate presidential candidate knows the first 300 words that come out of his mouth. Okay, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Donald Trump's on the Today Show, and the first words out of his mouth are very arrogantly, he says, "My presidential polls are going up so high, I can walk out here on Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody.
Yes.
And my presidential polls are going to go up even higher."
And I still get yeah. He said that more than once. Yes.
That word shoot does not just roll off the tongue. It was deliberate. Now, Donald Trump even repeated the same line. "My presidential polls are going up so high, I can walk out on Fifth Avenue and shoot a fellow New Yorker, and they're going to go even higher." He repeated the same line verbatim to at least 8 different other reporters.
Okay, so what's your now? Listen, slow down for a second. I know that you're suffering from Trump derangement syndrome, so I'm trying to be patient. Get to the point.
The point is, Donald Trump was absolutely trying to lose the election of Hillary Clinton on purpose. Okay?
That's a whole new level of delusion. One thing,
you're out of your mind, sir.
Why would
slow and stupid?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Okay, you want to listen for a second?
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He never said that.
Donald Trump did not call the military slow and stupid, the commander-in-chief, so that veterans and the military would not vote for him?
Nope, he didn't say that.
He absolutely did.
I'll tell you what. No, slow down. No, we'll stop. Wait, excuse me. He didn't say that about the military. However, you were loud and stupid. I will say that. But I'll tell you what. You tell me where I can where I can find the audio or video of President Trump saying that, and I'll play it on the show coming out of the next break.
Sir, listen, there's a whole lot of stuff.
No. Where can I find it? I don't know. You listen to me. You said a terrible thing that I know for a fact is not true about our greatest president, Donald Trump.
We have FBI agents when Donald Trump
hold on. You tell me where I can find the audio or video of him saying that, and I will play it on the show coming out of the break. Where can I look that up?
Okay,
sir.
Here's another one.
No, not another one. You're not going to move on to some other slanders. You just slandered the man. You said something that I know to be not true. Where can I look that up? I'll play it on the air. And I'll apologize to you for calling you loud and stupid. No, I'm not. I listened too many seconds. Oh my goodness. These people. You know what I wonder about a guy like that? Does he believe that, or is he just regurgitating a talking point? Right? Is he a seminar caller who's just regurgitating a talking point, or does he know that President Trump didn't say that? But if President Trump had said that about soldiers, I wouldn't have to ask him where to find the audio. It would be everywhere for me to share and play for you. We would hear it nonstop, and we would have been hearing it for years. My name is Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. Back after this. You're on the air. What's your name?
Yes, sir. I just called you.
It's one call per day.
You're in Florida.
Yes.
You're trying to cover it up. Trying to cover it up.
No, it's one call per day. It's one call per day. Take care. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. See what I got to deal with? He's trying to dox me. Didn't work out how he wanted it. Now he wants to dox me. Okay. Hold on. Oh, man. All right, if you're on hold, stand by. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm just queuing things up for the rest of the show. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Come on. I don't have much time, guys. All right, I got more than enough time. Okay. Less than a minute, we'll be back. Hello?
Hello, Brian.
Hold on. I thought it was that same guy. I wasn't going to let him back on. Okay, stand by. All right, welcome back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. It's Dr. 9 calling from California.
Mm-hmm.
It's California morning for you, so.
I guess so. Yeah. I'm very popular in California today.
Yes, you are, because Republicans are hardworking people.
Yes.
Yes,
Hey, somebody's got to work in California.
I don't know if you mentioned this at all, but I think it was yesterday that the county, not the city, which Karen Bass is the mayor of, the county of Los Angeles ended up stating that there was a state of emergency.
She declared it too. She declared it too. I got the local news. She declared it.
No,
you know, the reason she did that is. I talked about this yesterday. The reason they declared the state of emergency, it stops evictions. A lot of the illegals aren't going to work because they're afraid they're going to be deported, so they're not able to pay the rent. So she's protecting the illegals from being evicted from their homes. I mean, what a low life thing to do.
No, I understand because I get it. I'm praying that President Trump relocates the Olympics.
Has anybody asked him about that yet?
No, he said it yesterday.
He talked about the World Cup. Did he mention that? Did he say the same thing about the Olympics? He talked about the World Cup in Boston. I missed. They asked him about the Olympics. I missed that. How did I miss that?
Yeah. He asked them about the Olympics. If they don't get their act together, he was going to take. He said that the soccer situation was much easier, and that's because of the relationship that he has with that guy, Johnny, I think his name is.
Plus, it's one venue. The Olympics is like a whole thing.
Right, but he said that he would be willing to go to the Olympic organization and request that they end up changing the venue.
Oh my goodness!
I hope he does it.
I don't. Oh my goodness!
Because I've been watching the LA City Council, and these people are already asking for that money because they're going to be getting.
Of course they are. Of course they are. They went. Yeah. And you know the remember President Carter boycotted the 1980 Olympics. They were in Moscow because because Russia invaded Afghanistan. So the 1980 Olympics were boycotted. So even though I remember it happening, I was only 9, so I don't remember what the liberal reaction was to that.
And this does not seem legal in my mind. How you can be facilitating? I really don't think that this the whole thing of stating that.
No, the entire listen. The entire state of California, the city of Portland, and the city of Chicago and the city of Boston are in open rebellion against the United States federal government. They're in open rebellion. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, and you know they are.
But with that being said, they're also giving them money, so they're financing them.
A lot of it's being cut off. I don't want to go through this again because I talked about it earlier. California, the government, but I'll give you a short version. The Democrat Schumer shutdown over the Medicaid for the illegals is in large part because of your state of California. These blue states have all these illegals using the ERs as clinics for their whole families, and they're no longer getting reimbursed from the federal government through Medicaid. And all of these blue cities and states are about to have the biggest financial collapse in history. And because of it.
Our deficit in regards to Medicaid is $8.1 billion.
Oh, that's just the beginning.
Yeah.
That's only the beginning.
Yeah.
It's going to be $1 trillion. I mean, it's...
Well, because this year's actually not calculated,
and there's
care.
Their only hope is they're not going to the ER as much because they're afraid ICE will be waiting. But and blue cities and states are going to collapse. Hey, appreciate the call, and I can't wait. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Calling from Tampa, Florida.
We got a bad connection. Slow down. We got a bad connection. I'm going to put you on hold and come back to you. You're in a bad cell. Oh, no, he hung up. We'll call back. Maybe you have a better connection. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, good morning. My name's Joanne from Tamarack. How you doing?
All right, Joanne. How are you?
Good. Karen Bass is not only stopping landlords from evicting illegal immigrants, she is also sending them checks so that they have money for their essentials.
let me tell you. Yeah, you're right. You know, this thing about you can't evict illegals for not paying rent in LA now. That's basically a property seizure. She is seizing the private property of landlords. And those landlords still have to make mortgage payments, tax payments, insurance payments, and everything else on those properties. And Karen Bass says you don't have to pay rent.
Well, I'm wondering, is she going to send checks to the landlords?
Are you kidding me?
When they can't afford?
Those evil rich people? No, of course she's not.
Well, what I am wondering is she's going to send checks to all these people, which means they have a list of all these people.
Oh,
and they're
so they're. Oh, I see what you mean. If we could get that list, Tom Homan can take care. Tom Homan can deliver the checks.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, wow, boy, that's smart. I like that. Great idea. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Steve. I'm calling from Tampa.
Yeah, your cell's a little better, but not too good. We'll try. I got it. I can't continue. It's too bad. Get a better cell. You can go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Ryan from Massachusetts.
All right. What's up?
Yeah, it's a quick question. Would you consider yourself an originalist or a modernist?
What are we in? What are we in? Some what are we in? Some college lecture? Philosophy class? I don't even know what that means. Am I an originalist?
The Constitution. As far as interpreting the Constitution the way it was meant to be by the founding
Well, who are
fathers,
you to
or
decide
as
how it was meant to be? And there's no interpreting the Constitution. It says what it says.
I'm asking you. There's two fundamental different views. Some view it as an evolving document. Some try to interpret it the way it was originally.
No, you and your liberal friend, you and your liberal friends, they like to.
I'm just asking you a question.
Well, I'm just answering your question. Okay. Don't. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Liberals like you believe they say that the Constitution is a growing living document that grows with the times. That's not the case.
Okay, I agree. Yeah, so
just get to the hat. You want to ask me about my hat, right?
This is the act. Is earlier court rulings before the Heller decision were more closer to interpreting the Second Amendment as not applying to personal gun rights. So how can you call yourself an originalist, but then go by
the reason? I don't know about all these Howard. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a law student. Okay. However, I am a gun owner. I got a whole bunch of those. Here's the thing, okay? The Second Amendment, in order to form a militia, right? Says, what does it say exactly? You sound like you know the exact words. You could quote them, right?
A well-regulated militia.
In order to maintain a well-regulated militia, right? The right to bear arms shall not be infringed. Why do you think they worded it that way, college boy?
Well, I understood that was pertaining to militias.
Okay.
Not personal gun rights.
Oh my goodness, no. Okay.
That was the original interpretation of the Constitution.
Okay, no. You're probably not old enough to remember this, but are you familiar with an educational cartoon series called Schoolhouse Rock?
No.
Oh, it's too bad. You see, that's why they don't want you guys to know about Schoolhouse Rock, because then you'll learn what the country's really about. You won't be a liberal lunatic. There's Schoolhouse Rock was a great educational thing. It's still available online, and they have different sections about speech, like grammar, numbers, math, arithmetic, and one of them is called America's Rock, and one's about the shot heard around the world, and there's a line, and there's songs that teach you about things, and there's a line in the shot heard around the world: grab your musket, grab your powder, grab your gun, report to General Washington. Right? Grab your powder, grab your gun, report to General Washington. So what does that mean?
Well, I'm not going by a cartoon. I'm going by.
I'm not going about a cartoon. You're the cartoon. Excuse me. In this conversation, you are the cartoon. What does that mean?
You're talking about a cartoon.
No, it's a cartoon. It's a lyric and a song about the history of our country. Since you obviously don't know, excuse me.
So the founding fathers went by a song or the Constitution? I don't understand.
Well, I know that you don't understand because you're a liberal. You're a liberal. I don't care. Excuse me.
Why would you go with?
It's a line.
Would you go with a more?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I got to get out the fat pencils. I got to get out the crayons. The cartoon didn't work. I'm talking to a deranged liberal here who doesn't understand.
I'm asking you about the Constitution.
We're talking about the Constitution. I'm talking about the Constitution. You're just too You're too
They
brainwashed.
They don't agree with your interpretation.
You're too.
There's
You're too brainwashed. Excuse me.
militias.
You are too brainwashed in liberalism to understand. Let me ask you it another way.
Quoting the Constitution.
You can keep saying the Constitution over and over again. It doesn't make you sound smarter. It just makes you sound dumber. The original, okay, there's a reason why the Second Amendment to Constitution, in order to maintain a well-regulated militia, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. There's a reason that it says it in that way. When you're familiar with General Washington, I hope. Who was General Washington?
Go with General. What do you mean?
Who was General Washington? General Washington. Who is General Washington?
Are you talking with George Washington? I'm hearing you over the phone.
Well, yeah, you're talking to me on a phone, so of course. Yes, George Washington. George Washington was, before he was president, what was he?
Yeah, he's a general.
Well, not just a general, he was the general of what?
Of the United States.
The general, no. He was the general of the Continental Army. Right? The Continental Army is the army that fought the British in the War of Independence, the American Revolution. Where did he get the soldiers for the Continental Army?
I mean, I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's right. See, I told you guys I went to college to be. I am talking about the listen. You're about to learn something. I know you don't want to know what I'm going to share with you, but I'm going to share. Okay. This is, I told you guys when I went to college, I didn't just study history. I have a double major in education to be a history and social studies teacher. I'm doing some teaching here. If I were in a classroom, this is what I would do. Since you don't know, and I'm late for a break, I got to speed the lesson along. The original soldiers in George Washington's Continental Army, where did they come from? We weren't a country, so we didn't have a standing. We didn't have a standing army. Where did they come from? What do you think?
I don't know where you're going with this. But when you're going,
okay. They were Americans. They were colonists. They were Americans who were at home, and they grabbed that. This is where the song comes from. The lyric in the song from Schoolhouse Rock. They took their powder. They took their muskets, their own personal weapons. They took their own guns from their home, the ones they would normally be hunting turkeys with and stuff. They took their own guns, their own powder, their own ammunition, those balls they put in those muskets, and they volunteered to fight with George Washington. So the reason that it says, in order to maintain a well-regulated militia, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed, is because the original army of which George Washington led, the Continental Army that fought for our independence, the original army was made up of guys that brought their own guns from home, like me. Like I have guns at home. There was no standing army. And when the war was over, the army was only a little over 200 men. We didn't have a standard army. So they want people to be able to have own and bear arms at home and private. That's where that comes from. And as a constitutionalist, when was the Constitution ratified? When was the Constitution?
You're asking me questions. I can't ask you questions.
No, you can't. You're too dumb to ask. You were too stupid to ask me questions.
Why are you getting so angry?
When was the Constitution? When was the Constitution ratified?
I'm just asking a question. Why are court rulings closer to when the?
I'm talking about the guys that were there. I don't care what some liberal judge said, pointed by some liberal jerk. I'm talking about the original founders.
It's originalist. It's not 19th century.
Okay. You're lucky. I'm late for the break. I got a break for the Gold Report. We'll be back. Hey there, hold on. Oh my goodness. we got about a minute and we'll be back. I'm so late on the break because I was talking to that brain dead Democrat. My goodness. I mean, that's what they teach kids today. Nothing. They go to school, they go to college, and they don't know jack. They get brainwashed and garbage. My goodness. I could not have dumbed that down any more than I did to that guy. All right, we are back, and it's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated with the Morning Gold and Precious Metals Report. William Youngerman, how the metals looking?
Metals are looking amazing.
Oh, boy.
Still, Brian.
Boy.
The markets continue to rally to new highs every day, it seems. Yesterday, we saw gold trade in a range of $4,139 all the way up to $4,219. Before closing up $66 on the day at $4,207.20 the ounce. Silver gained an amazing another $1.54 at $52.97. Platinum was up $26 at $1,661, and palladium gained $19 at $1,527. Overnight, we saw gold go down and test that $4,200, bounce off of that, go right up to $4,249, and right now we're up. We're at $4,238. That's up $30.80. Or actually $32.80. Silver up or down 13 cents right now at $52.85.
$52.85. That's $52.85 is down 12. That's amazing.
Yep.
Oh my
goodness! It's
goodness.
only down 6 cents now. It's at $52.91.
Oh my goodness.
Platinum is $16.73. That's up $12, and palladium is up $23 at $1,550.
Oh man!
The metals markets are continually on fire, as are a lot of the rare earth metals that you're seeing and hearing about in the news every day now. So.
Oh man. That's a crowd. I'm just thinking about how much those 90% silver quarters I have are worth now, above a quarter. That's all. You know, this is amazing. I mean, what's it like over there at your shop these days? It's crazy. These numbers are insane.
Yeah, we've been literally lined up all day long for days now. So if you're coming in, please be patient. We are taking care of people as fast as we can, but understand that there may be a little wait.
When people are coming in, I mean, everything is hot. And I one of my buddies the other day is like, you think silver's going to get to $50? That was like a couple days ago. I can't, now we're at 52. When it comes to gold and silver, are people just buying everything, or is there anything in particular that people are saying, I want to get this, I want to get that?
They usually go where the least premium is on stuff, but they're buying everything, to be honest with you. I mean, everybody has their own favorites.
Yeah.
And fortunately, we've been able to maintain our inventories, and whereas most dealers are out of stock. So we are still able to service our customers with all their precious metals needs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, William Youngerman's, it's where people go after hurricanes to do business. I mean, you're never out of stock. And I imagine you've got people coming in with little tiny gold chains and things in there that are just worth a fantastical amount of money right now to turn into cash.
Yeah. I mean, when we tell them the numbers on their little things that they've been sitting in their drawers, broken jewelry and things like that, they just are amazed that I've seen people practically in tears just thanking us.
A little tennis bracelet goes pretty far these days. This is these are the times you've been telling us we're coming for years, and here and we're not done. Well, listen, William Youngerman opens up at 10 a.m. If you have any questions, give him a call. And remember, you can do your transactions over the phone and through the mail. 1-800-327-5010. 1-800-327-5010. The address is 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca on the first floor of the Bank of America building, just east of US 1 Federal Highway on the south side of Palmetto. And you can find both his address and phone number on his website, WilliamYoungerman.com. That's WilliamYoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman, we'll finish out the week tomorrow.
Okay, have a great day. Thank you.
All right, take care. You know, that last caller, Mr. Originalist Constitution, wants to talk about some recent court rulings as opposed to the original, I could not have dumbed that conversation down any lower than I did. And there was no getting through to that guy. There's this, have any of you known these guys? They're young guys, 20s, 30s. They think they're the first ones to go to college. They got a little bit of information about something in college, and they think they have knowledge, and they think they're smarter than everybody else. But what I explained to him about the Second Amendment is very, very true. And it's really scary. It's really scary. I've been talking to young people on the air, you guys know for how long? Since I was a young person. I have never talked to young people that were so uninformed about the very basic things about our great country as I do these days. They know nothing. They do not teach anything about the way this country works. We used to say this about the colleges, but this is true about the pre-K through 12. The American education system is a liberal indoctrination center. That's all it is. They teach them to think like a liberal, to see the world as a liberal, and think that all these liberal things are true, and then they go around thinking they're knowledgeable and smarter than everyone else. And see, this is why they assassinated Charlie Kirk, don't you see? Because they were losing the youth. And I want to share something. Do I have time? I'm running short on time. Let me tell you about Coastal Weight Loss Secret first. Let me tell you, guys, we have great sponsors on this program, on this radio station, that are just life-changing sponsors for me when it comes to my health. And you hear me talk about them a lot. And one of them is Coastal Weight Loss Secret. I started the Coastal Weight Loss Secret in January. I hit my goal weight in 3 weeks. I wanted to lose 25 pounds. I did that in 3 weeks. I lost over 35 pounds. I don't want to lose anymore. I'm in the maintain phase. This is what I weighed 29 years ago when my wife and I met and married. Right? And you hear me talk a lot about it. It is, and I've expanded the show to 4 hours. Okay, I do an hour before the radio show starts online. I'm able to do that because I have so much more energy now, because I've lost all this. I didn't even realize I needed to lose weight until I started losing weight and saw what I look like in the face before. And when I saw those pictures of me on Inauguration Day at Wings Plus with all you guys that showed up after I'd lost that first 25 pounds, I was embarrassed at how I looked. And I kept losing, and now I'm at my ideal weight at a point that I never thought I'd be this weight again. The weight I was when I got married 29 years ago. And not only do I feel better, I have so much more energy. My wife will tell you, I'm like going all day, all night. And it's been this way since I lost all this weight. This is it. I feel like I'm supposed to feel. It's amazing. And my results are typical. Give Coastal Weight Loss Secret a call and set up your free consultation. And remember, no matter where you are, they can help you. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. Now, I'm really short on time, and I don't have this queued up, so I don't even think I've got time to play it, and I got to find it and everything else. But the reason that they assassinated Charlie Kirk was many, but one of them was they were losing the youth vote, and let me see if I can pull this up. Do I have time? Oh boy, let me see, how long is this clip? I don't have time. Hold on. Let me see if I started towards the end. Hold on. This is J.D. Vance on the Charlie Kirk Show yesterday. No, I don't have time. I've only got a minute. Okay, I'll just tell you what he said. Yesterday at the end of the show, I told you my wife had this idea that J.D. Vance is going to take over Turning Point, and Marco Rubio is going to be the second MAGA president and get the nomination. Yesterday, J.D. Vance said on the Charlie Kirk Show he's going to the first event, the first real event that Turning Point's doing. Eric is going to be there. He's going to be the main guy. He's going to speak a little bit, and then J.D. Vance is going to do the Charlie Kirk routine with the college students, the Q&A with the college students, right there. No vice president of the United States has ever done that, and I'm telling you, J.D. Vance is going to take over Turning Point. It is very important. Look at that brain-dead idiot I was just talking to. And he's going to continue to red pill and magnetize America's youth and bring them out of that Trump derangement suffering delusion like that last guy. He's going to carry on the work for Charlie Kirk. Listen, tomorrow is Open Phones, Open MAGA Mike Friday. That's tomorrow. That's right. The show preps up to you all on Friday's show. I'm Brian Craig. This is the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Open Phones. All right, we're clear. I'm going to play this for you guys before I go. I know I started at 5 a.m. I'm already 4 hours in. But let me play this for you guys. I got to find it and cue it up. Hold on. Give me a minute. Of JD. Hold on. Because I played it earlier in the show, but I want to play it again for you guys now. And then, okay. Yeah, okay, here it is. This is J.D. Vance. He's on the Charlie Kirk Show yesterday. Now listen to this. This was at the White House yesterday. Now listen. Well, that's amazing. No vice president of the United States has ever done. Now he can't do that every day because he's got to be vice president of the United States and all. But this is a trial run to see how he does, and he did so great. I've seen him a couple times. That press conference last week, a couple other times. It looks like they're gearing up for him to take over Turning Point, and that would be so beautiful. You know, Turning Point is so important. Listen, guys, thanks for tuning in. My name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. If you're new, make sure you subscribe, all right? I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.